When we last left off, our intrepid heroes finished their trip to Ivara, had a great big crab cookout, and left for Igniscala, or Igniferus, rather, the main of Lady Igniscala. The party found the town to be in remarkably good shape. Though it is late in the year, they were experiencing a tremendous harvest. Crops growing sky high, taters the size of prized hogs. Yeah, the hempen potato. 'Cause it turns out maybe Senatrea dropped number 2 on Hashat's lawn. But it's good for the soil and has created magical crops that are feeding the entire city.
Yay!
Yay.
Feeding.
Thank you,
There's
Senatrea's
like
butthole.
That's just not just feeding, that's an excess.
Indeed. The party also found that there was an excess cleric in the town, a priestess of the primordials, who had come up all the way from the southern deserts to investigate the rumors that Vulcanus' temple had been uncovered and reclaimed. She's been helping the townsfolk. She's been helping the townsfolk keep the winter frost off of everything, as it seems to be encroaching and clinging to the trees. But otherwise, seems quite happy to have Hashat back, touched by the primordials as she is. Finished in town, the party finally set off for the frozen forest, enchanted mystical lands of the Fae, and immediately got turned around and just popped back out the way they came. Realizing that this is going to be a bit of an issue, the party sent a sending all the way on to Lady Morgane and Spirus, who opted to send them a fairy guide. However, the party proceeded to misunderstand that the fairy circle was not meant to be giant mushroom people, and was just meant to be little mushrooms in the ground, and so caused a great big commotion with some giant mushroom people who came and smacked them around a bit. Luckily, the party was victorious and were able to get underway with their new guide and went deeper down into the forest. The forest has become colder and colder as you go. At first, it seemed just the autumn chill, but it has begun to be snowed in, iced in, and finally gives way entirely to what we see before us. This frozen windswept valley hidden deep within the woods, wherein there is a tremendous castle rising up to the clouds.
This is going to be a gold day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the winter clothes on, so I'm good.
Just hug my
Hashat.
tail close.
You know you can put yours on too.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Savin,
you
when
had
were-
snow gear from when you went around.
Yeah. Savin, when you were talking, that sounds like there was like a scraping, you know, like when you scrape your nail on a table, like that.
Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like you
Hold
were
on,
moving the
let me try
microphone.
something.
Yeah, that noise, but ow. Come on now.
What?
Yeah.
Why is my headphone cord making that noise? Let me fucking try and plug it back in.
Oh, is it brushing against the fucking headset itself so the vibration transferred into the microphone?
I mean, it shouldn't be, but
Well,
that
let's
doesn't
see
mean it's
now.
not.
Seems fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weird. So, yes, you are at the edge of the forest. Your fairy guide has left you. and the fey miasma that clings to the forest has slowly receded from your minds, but not necessarily your bodies. As Cass has mentioned before, while you're in the Denkarn forest, you can take as many short rests as you want, but long rests avail you not, and there's no teleporting in or out either. But surely neither of those things will be relevant. It's just a nice fey castle. You're already here, after all.
Ah, I look forward to meeting my wife-in-law.
Yeah. Ursula just sighs at this whole banality.
What?
Y- Okay. Yes, it's fucking weird. Okay, that's not something normal to say.
My wives refer to each other as sister wives.
I suppose that makes sense. Sister wife is a nice way to put it, I suppose.
Yeah, and this whole thing doesn't seem like just the air quote normal at all.
Well,
Not to begin
Ursula.
with.
come on, look at us
Ursula,
all.
has anything that we've done normal?
Come on now. Cross polygamy is the least like abnormal thing we've gotten up to
Okay,
in the past week.
cross polygamy. Yeah, cross polygamy is not the issue. It's the fact that you're like, oh, my wife-in-law that I got from the dragon, who happens to, and the wife-in-law happens to be the queen of the winter fae. That's not normal. No normal person will ever fucking say that because they would be fucking dead.
Sure, but again, it's honestly not the strangest thing that I've said or we've done this week.
Yes, but I expect something like that out of her. It just points at Hashat.
I'm very blessed
What?
to have a number of wives. Just I don't have that many. That's a lot and much more difficult than I could manage. Surely you mean Nahia is very proud of her collection.
Like, you just
You
happen
saw
to
her
be in
rolls.
both
She
their
chomped
harems.
she chomped the shit out of everybody involved. Not to the degree of like Belle, who definitely added with crits, added everyone to her harem. Like that's just a fact.
Yep.
Cassie's like, I mean, I'm straight, but
Not
Notice
that.
that's great.
apparently not. Powerful bad.
No, but yes, it's these situations. Like, no wonder Cass is gonna have so many hours. Freaking, sorry, not hours, months, not years to write all this stupid shit we've done down.
I mean, I look forward to it. I'm sure it'll be a beautiful story. I've seen Cassidy's writing. That man was made for sonnets.
Aw, shucks.
Yeah, you're going to make Beowulf look like a pile of crap.
Oh. So, what's the plan here?
Think starting off with saying hello?
Well, standing here's not gonna do. We're gonna have to get closer. And then, Hashat, what's your plan?
Well, the first thing I'm going to be doing, the first idea I had was I was going to apologize for shooting her 8 times by giving her the 8 stakes, and then talk about how I would like to be nice neighbors with the Fae and not have them, bothering my shit all the time in the winter or just in general.
You mean like instead of having you a nice cold
I would like
winter
them to-
instead
like
of
them-
like a frost rampart across your lands.
Yes, I would like them to respect our borders.
What will you do about their requests if, you and their borders?
Well, we'll have to draw up a line, and probably we'll have to mark it with something. Probably some standing stones that won't be moved, which can be done easily enough. That marks out the boundary between my land and her land.
A peace line.
Yes.
Do you think she'll even agree as to what's your land and hers? She's very possessive.
That's her problem.
It's also
She
going to
could
be your
also,
problem in the
she could make it a
conversation.
me problem, but I am not as ill prepared as the last time I encountered her.
I don't want this to come down to a fight.
And I don't think fighting Nahia's wife-in-law is really a great plan.
Yeah,
If instead, I'm sure that there is a way that it could be done amenably if she struggles to see the viability of what you consider to be land lines. You could always offer something, put it in places like a dowry for a section of land she thinks she owns. Make it a trade, something that is fair.
A dowry, you say?
Those still
No, not a
apply to
dowry.
not a dowry, but the equivalent of one, but for ownership of land. I suppose a stakeholding?
tithe.
Tithe, that's the one. Yes, a tithe for the section of land that she considers to be hers. It might cost you something, be it in money or service, but it is probably something you could facilitate. Or pay other adventurers to facilitate.
Hmm.
I think going in there expecting her to disagree and start a fight is where you're, it's like planning to fail.
I certainly don't want to break out into a fight.
Then, yeah, go prepared to provide some kind of amenity or tithe
I
for
do
the
have a
section of land she thinks is hers.
gift. I do have a gift that I made.
That will certainly help. Part of it will come
Oh.
down to presentation.
And slight question: what's the goddamn rules when dealing with the Fae? Like, there has to be something, right?
Oh, be fair, don't
God.
lie.
Don't eat anything.
Okay.
Unless
Anything
they
else?
tell you it is, offered without cost, a gift for free. Otherwise,
Do not accept anything from a fairy.
Okay. Anything else? Something like, what should we not bring with us? Like, a fire is one thing,
Well,
but
they
nice
don't like
keys.
cold iron.
Everyone slowly turns
Oh.
towards Tarnavak.
And Ursula.
Yeah, you might have to put your weapons in sleeves.
Just those.
That's what people normally tell me.
Oh, 1 second, I know exactly what to do. I'm gonna pull out a tail sock and put it on flanged Mace Chan.
I was gonna stuff it just into my backpack, so don't worry.
Oh, okay. Would
I have a spare
Tarnavak
weapon,
like
so-
my tail sock for the scabbard of Tomikeri?
I'm not sure what purpose it would serve over just my normal scabbard.
I don't know, it looked like a cute peace tie.
Yeah, peacetime
It can-
might be a good plan.
Yeah, I don't think your stuff would survive being threaded over Dragonsong either.
It survives being threaded over me, and I'm pretty fucking hard. Flex.
Yeah,
But yes, I
this
suppose
thing.
you're packaging away Dragon Song and yeah, a peace tie for Tom to carry. Are any of us, any of the rest of us carrying Cold Iron?
I don't have any.
No,
No.
same.
I think Morgan's sword is cold iron.
I believe being able to actually speak to them will be of use this time. Last time I encountered her, neither me nor Ursula could speak her tongue, and that caused problems.
Yeah, I could see that.
That was, I think, the source of the incident.
Let's see here. Black Talon is silvered and just magical. It's not cold iron. And Raven's Claw isn't on the list. I can't see it.
Yeah, it's just a generic +1, so no special features.
Okay. Then yeah, she's not carrying any cold iron. Alrighty.
Alright, well, I guess we just better let's get going.
Yeah, I'm just looking through my various bits and pieces to see if there's anything she might like. I think not.
Party begins their descent from the tree line down to the perilously narrow crossing between the main land and the burg in which the castle sits. But before you can make the crossing, there is a gatehouse. And said gatehouse is surrounded by frozen trees, all aperch with blue feathered hawks. Birds turn towards you and stare down with keenly intelligent eyes. Moria will whisper that you don't need her to tell you those are clearly quite magical.
That is fair. Yeah, leave a
know,
few free gifts for these hawks.
I asked Bitcoin, do you think she'd like, I whispered this to the group there, I'm like, do you think she would like water from the magical sword lake we found?
Magic sword light.
You
Yeah, you know,
still have that?
Surely that's gone very stagnant.
it's magical water.
You mean
I
that
don't.
lake where you found the sword that the Preja got? Like all the way back
The luck
then?
sword.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like a year ago. How do you still
I
have
just,
that?
Lady of the
I
Lake
just,
Bathwater.
Also,
be-
that's from the summer court. I don't think that would help.
Oh. Oh.
oh, okay. So
No.
answer is no. Then okay.
Yeah,
No.
remember the sword ended up being the summer queen, who I would much rather be visiting than this.
Well, unfortunately, the Summer Queen's not the one I have an issue with.
Yeah, 'cause she's great. Unlike this bitch.
Don't. Hey, don't insult at the moment. Just, come on.
Ass huffs.
Hi, Pat Cat. There.
Greetings, friendly birdos. Come for a meeting with the Queen of Winter. We are neighbors, and my name is Nahia Losstaker, wife of Selvresta Frigid Queen and wife of the Winter Queen. If you wish a toll to be paid to you, it could be paid in delicious salty rations. Guess we continue forwards.
Just gonna keep going.
Know that if anyone fucking leaps out of the snow and attacks us, we'll fuck them up, and it will not be our fault. They have been warned. We are just visitors, not invaders.
As you say that, a figure appears on the battlements doing a big stretch and pushes out a very flat chest covered in a silvery mail armor. Cracks his knuckles overhead. Do you make a habit of conversing with avians, Outlander?
I will gesture at Voron on shoulder. Yes, I do. Voron, say hello. Voron walks by.
Some might call that a sign of deep disturbance.
Only if they never talk back.
Just be speech to the birds, like, hopefully you enjoy the food. We're friendlies.
You can tell that they understand you, but they choose not to say anything back. In fact,
Fair
they've been
enough.
dead silent the whole time. There's no squawking at all.
They're hawks. They don't really make fucking noise until they... yeah. Until to intimidate, they fight, or mating. That's the only time they actually make any goddamn noise.
Nuh-uh, they click their tongues. Which is adorable.
Figure on the battlement will indeed click his tongue and say, "So, what brings you out here? Don't you know it's not winter yet? Still the changing of the seasons."
I'll use a shot. We'll step forward. We'll step up. My name is Hashat Niskala. I live and I am of the domain just outside to the west of the forest. I'm here to make amends with the queen to the east. Yes, whatever to the east. Make amends with the queen for an altercation we had last winter and to discuss a few things.
Ah, I see. We'll pick up from somewhere under the battlements a clipboard, tuck it under an arm, and looking through it. And the rest of you, may I have your names? Let's see if we have appointments for you.
Don't answer that question.
Yeah, you can't have our names. You can know who we are, though.
Harold will cock his head to the side. I don't think there's much of a difference when it comes to you, but fair enough, I suppose. We can play games of semantics.
It's always good to be sure. Some people like to use those games of semantics to fuck with us.
Well, if you're
Nahia
interested in
Losstaker.
playing the game of names, that can
No,
certainly be arranged.
I think I will decline, but thank you for the offer. The name is Nahia Losstaker. Wife-in-law, sister-wife with the Winter Queen.
And let's see. You, horny and handsome?
I'm Tarnavak of House Drakul, the Unbreakable, Chancellor of the Empire of Hobgoblins.
Very fancy. Relative of that old 13th Legion that came through here a while ago, are you?
We share the same homeland, though I have no claim upon the legacy of the 13th.
Very well. And you, Miss Wiggly Ears?
I check to see whether Ursula or Moria are wiggling at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one that refers to.
Given the fact that Morgan's standing in front of Ursula, means that
Look,
her ass is about
considering how
blocking.
wide Ursula is, the bricklet that she is, there's no really
Yes,
standing in
her
front of you.
shoulder, she's not fucking Stewie from Family Guy. Her head isn't like the same way.
Morgan will take a step forward. I'm Morgan, daughter of Mithras and Wolvar. Ah, royalty. Good. Let's see. Yes, you're on the list at least. And, you have a teddy bear. How cute. What's her name?
And Lady Ursula Stonesinger.
Oh, it thinks
I-
it's a lady. That's adorable. And, of course, his lordship Cassidy needs no introduction. Here, I'll scribble something on the clipboard.
It says back for more.
He does indeed have a knowing grin on. He writes something down. Well, a whole 3 of you have invitations, but let's see. Hashat, Ursula, and Mr. the Unbreakable, not so much.
Is there some kind of gate pass we can use to pay their way?
If we were holding a ball, they could be your +1s, but it's the wrong season for that.
Right.
Really, most of the palace is all closed down because, it's not winter yet.
Yeah, that makes
It's
sense.
very untoward that you're even here at all, but we'll overlook that this time. Gives you a wink.
Appreciated. Let's see here. Trying to think of gods that would make for like good, interesting payment. Let's see here. Is there a service that could be perhaps rendered in lieu of paying entry?
I'm sure there is. There are many horrible monsters in the forest, but those all seem a bit beneath you all.
We do kick a lot of ass.
You do. Would you be interested in going all the way to the summer court and beating up the queen? That would be fun.
No, anything that isn't going to tip the scales, I suppose we should say.
Tip the scales? My dear, it's changing the seasons. The scales tip themselves. And
Oh, well,
summer's
then you
holding
don't
on
need
just a
our
touch
help.
too long. Of course, we don't
That's the
need your
global
help for
warming,
anything. But it could be fun, and that's what's important.
Oh, pass.
Well, in that case, we'll pause a moment to think, snap his fingers. You'll just have to wait for a celebration. Sure, there's something worth celebrating. You should get married to that Selvresta for real.
Sure.
Excellent, go and
I've
fetch her.
already given her a wing. Is it
Sendings
possible?
don't work, and neither do teleportation spells.
Well, those hoopies seem to work.
Out of character. What the fuck?
Then your hoofs work. You can just go fucking walk.
My
Oh.
hoofies are cold, and they're tired of walking. Although,
Actually, I
If
already know
what?
something that we could throw a party for.
you do?
Of course, a celebration of the fact that Selvresta is pregnant.
Ooh.
Put together a
How
lovely
tantalizing.
familial gift for her instead. And how could I not meet with her wife in order to prepare such a plan?
Hmm.
Nahia, go ahead and roll Persuade.
Sure. How does a 21 treat ya?
Yes, I think that would do nicely. We could use a little livening up here after all. Won't be long before the
Absolutely.
wild hunts begin to arrive, but until then,
Mm.
I suppose the dance floor is open. Of course, there's just one thing. Step up onto the battlement and hop down all the way. Those of you who aren't on our normal guest register will have to leave your weapons here. Especially, well, glance Tarn's direction, that stuff.
I have no objection.
Good. We'll make grabby aim for sword.
Are you sure you want to touch that with your hands?
It's in a scabbard.
I figured it would still be, like uncomfortable to touch. Or at least spooky.
A little bit of both, but it is my job after all. I must keep the queen safe, for I am her herald, and if I must mildly discomfort myself to ensure her safety from Mr. the Unbreakable here, then so be it.
Makes sense.
I dislike losing my weapon. But as a gesture of good faith on our part, I will leave it here. I advise you don't touch it.
Everyone's so worried about my poor little fingers. It's very touchy.
Oh no, that one turns people to stone.
Ow.
Oh, I know. Hashat,
Yeah.
here. I will hold up the tail sock.
I'm unsure if that will actually do anything.
That's literally doesn't matter how you touch it. Just,
Oh, well, fair. Put it away again.
I'll just place the hammer down on the inside of the gate over here, I guess.
Oh yeah, I'll chuck some rations up to the birdos that didn't get to eat. Hup, 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 and hup.
And you, madam?
yeah, it just looks over where Hashat is and just whips out Dragon Song. Shut move and just throws it over to where she is.
Boom. Well, I was going to take it from you, but fine, if you wish to just throw it on the ground. Go over and just briefly touch it and pops out of existence. As does Hashat's hammer after a moment. That does leave his hand, frozen into a rock for a few seconds where he wiggles his fingers and breaks the stone.
Yeah, Dragon Song doesn't have, a hand wrap or anything. It's just cold iron straight through.
Yep.
Yeah. So it
Equally
sucks,
unpleasant.
but he does it. Yep.
And again, when he
you know
touches the cold iron, you just see black steam rising off his flesh. Ow, ow, ow.
I will give him a bottle of vodka.
Well,
There you go. Something that has a good burn. The cold burn.
what a lovely guest you're turning out to be. Free vodka and bird snacks.
Heck yeah. Let it never be said that Nahia who walks with the raven comes without vodka or bird snacks.
We'll take a little bit of the snackos and throw them up to the birds up on the battlements. There you go, friends. All right, let's go inside. proudly
Sweet.
steps forward towards the door. I've locked myself out, haven't I?
Hmm.
Need me to check you over?
If you don't mind.
Sure, I'll
Just
get on the other
hand-
side to give you advantage.
don't need that because I can just throw her anything. So just hand on
All
the
right, yeah,
back,
you are an improvised thrower. You can just caber toss a person now.
Yeah, it's
Never
Yeah.
mind.
puts a boot up in your hand and what? Does a big spin up in the air, lands on his tippy toes on the top of the gate. And as soon as he does so, the whole thing just slides slowly open. Haha, just kidding.
Applause.
He sketches a little bow and will sit down on top of the gate as it slowly cranes inwards.
Hashat's gonna have to go back and grab Cassidy to scoop him up like luggage.
Well, I don't wanna. Fine. Casimir will slowly fall in behind you.
Wait.
Well, enjoy your stay. I'll probably be after in just a few moments once the gate's all closed up. Can't leave it unattended, you know.
Of course,
But,
of course.
mind the bridge. It's a bit slippery.
Noted.
Noted is one thing, actually listening is another. Don't fall.
I shall endeavor not to.
Give you a little finger wavy.
And so I'm gonna just quickly pull out a nail file and sharpen up my toe claws.
Yeah, Hashat and Ursula, it's all good because we got the fucking
Oh yeah,
ice
you
tubs.
got little snowshoes and snow horseshoes.
Plus,
Indeed, and with Tarn and Mori being able to fly and Cass being luggage, the party has no real issue crossing the bridge and beginning to head up the stairs and lead to the second gate, wherein you meet the Herald again. He's
I was gonna say
already,
the Autumn Herald.
yes, is already
Yep.
sitting on the other gate.
Hello again.
Hello, friends. Welcome to the second gate.
Awesome. Does it look especially different to the first one?
It does. This gate is solid blue, residium blue.
Oh, that is stunning.
There are small silvery veins running all through it that make up the image of a great snow-capped mountain standing high and proud on this blue background. And surrounding the gate are a set of basically clay soldiers all done up in the finest of knightly armor with great lances and pennants flying. You don't recognize any of these banners that they have flapping in the wind. They don't correspond to any countries you've ever seen, but you see a great red rose, a set of crossed lightning bolts, a glorious sunrise cresting a mountain.
Can Nahia take a go at it, considering she used to be the Oath of Ancients?
And sure,
I guess that'd be religion instead of history, though. Bloop. 27.
all right. No fucking clue. These are not
Interesting.
religious in nature, you don't think. Or at least not any religion you've ever heard of.
Should be a
There's-
historical depiction then.
Could be.
Yep.
I can throw a history at it. I do also, speak Sylvan, so
Mhm.
And you got brain ghosts.
yep.
Merrick can give you your d6.
Excellent. 28.
Alright. Well, you don't know any of these sigils inherently yourself. It stands to reason, given their place of pride, that they're probably Fey noble houses.
Did they all take part in the Wild Hunts then?
A good guess, but not entirely correct. It's something of a memorial out here.
Oh.
The fallen houses, lost like leaves, melting beneath the autumn snows.
Oh. No, my sympathies to them. I love the blue as well. It reminds me of Morgaine, actually.
Ah, yes, I'm sure she'll be very excited to see you all. Is one of the few who've been awake and active the last little while. Ever since Lord Cassidy's last visit, anyway. Oh, he caused quite a stir, didn't you, little guy? Cass shuffles awkwardly. Well, the good news is, if you'll just step through here, snaps a finger, the gate begins to shudder open, we can get underway. Mind your step, it's a doozy. You will hop from the top of the gate up onto this large platform that heads into the castle gates, but the blue gate before you rumbles open, again of its own volition, and inside, beyond it, you see far more pennants flapping on raised lances. But there's something off ahead. Something doesn't feel quite right to any of you, and Morgan himself will perk your ears up. I sense the flow of time's a little off here.
I'm gonna watch my feet when I walk in case this herald's being literal about watching your step.
Okay. Nahia, you step forward watching your big ol' feetsies. As you step
boy.
through, you notice that your scales, man, you need to molt. These are old and leathery and nasty. When was the last time you cleaned yourself up? They live like this.
I have.
The rest of you
It's
see
the
When was the
Nahia go through. Her scales all look a little bit darker and rougher. And more importantly, you notice her hair grows out about 2 inches.
Time is not the same. I see something
Is
is
it-
about.
Does it jump ahead to the winter season?
It sure seems a lot colder, now that you think about it, but not painfully so. Maybe 4 or 5 degrees.
With like 2 inches of hair growth, I guess it corresponds with how long it takes for winter to come around.
well, we sort of know exactly when what was her name again? Nahia molted.
I mean, yeah, I know when
Literally
I molt.
last week.
Sure doesn't look like it.
Yeah. That was the thing. When was the last time you molted? Well, last week.
Well, let's get this over with. Will step forward too.
Alright. You step through. Do you also watch your feet?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Alright, you step across, and you see the same thing happen to Hashat. Her hair gets a little bit longer. Her hooves look like they desperately need a good groom.
Oh. Well, I hope
Well,
there's a washroom inside so that I can get myself nice and presentable for seeing the Winter Queen again. Or for the first time, even.
All of a sudden, I feel like I need my hooves to be clipped.
Yep.
Sensing that Hashat's hoopies need dead, Cass will step through. He'd already let his hair grow out quite a bit over your adventures, and now, by the time he steps through, it's almost ass length, just hanging down his back. All the dye has fallen out.
Oh, you need the pretty ponytail.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Well, that would look good done up in a pair of braids to pull on.
Hair? Ew. That is for like schoolgirls. I'll take a ponytail, though.
I guess that could also be, you know,
Pull
cut
out a hair
down.
tie. There you
Yeah,
go.
right. Just no. Here, okay. Ursula looks at her feet and steps through.
All right. Ursula steps through. She gets dramatically fluffier.
Her winter coat's in.
Yeah, her winter coat's in, indeed.
Nothing happens for like a good 2 seconds, and you hear like the straining noise, and then poof.
And then there were two. Mori looks at Tarn and looks at the door.
Yes. It's strange, isn't it?
I don't like it.
But we can hardly just leave them to it by themselves.
No, but you and I could just go over. We don't have to go through the gate.
Interesting. It may be. Suppose if nothing else, we should see if that makes a change.
She nods.
Yeah. I'll attempt to fly over.
The herald boos at you. You indeed do a fly up and over. Unlike the rest of the party, Tarn, you experience no change at all, physically nor environmentally. It doesn't feel any colder in here. You set down on the other side. Everyone can see you just fine. Nothing seems amiss to the rest of the party.
That's pretty cool.
Hmm. Oh.
It's busy fucking making a double French braid. Not two of them, but they actually double.
Oh yeah, the
Single.
double together. Yeah.
Cass is into it. He purrs.
It's nice having your hair did.
It is.
Yeah, got the brush and everything else. Make sure it's nice and silky.
As you regather on the other side of the gate, Harold will look down at you and lick his tongue. Interesting choice. It's usually all or nothing. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. This'll be fun. And come with me, everyone. The party is just getting started, or is it about to start? Hard to tell.
This should be interesting indeed. All right, rock and roll.
All right. Harold will twirl a finger and point to the door and lead you all inside. He gives this massive set of solid wood double doors that old Dark Souls shove in, and everyone except Tarnavak can hear music, laughter, the sound of hushed conversation begin to spill out from inside. Tarn, you are instead hit with a rush of ice-cold air and the smell of rotting leaves.
It's not the most pleasant.
Really? Looks lively.
Changing of the seasons, all right, is rot. All dying and going to waste.
Not what I'm seeing, champ.
Yeah.
Suppose through the gate, then you're ahead of me.
Uh,
Oh, we're in the same place but at different times. Oh,
I guess so. Would that be the case, Mr. Harold?
Who knows? I've never seen anyone come in two different groups. Like I said, this'll be fun.
Well, what are you seeing?
What am I seeing? I'm seeing what
Yeah.
you're seeing, of course. What are you
See the big
saying?
old party?
He
That's true. I
grins
did
and
not see you go through the gate, though.
just grins and does a little pirouette on his high heels and continues strutting in.
Guys wear it well. Ha! Oh my.
And all of you step into a tremendous azure throne room. It is chill inside. Everything seems made of ice and crystal, but there is still running water on either side of you. To Tarn, though, it looks stagnant and old, and where the rest of you see courtiers gathered, groups of folk of various different races, and even a trio of great dragons resting in the middle pond. Tarn, you instead see very little in
oh
terms of
God.
people. And where the rest can see on the throne a great ice-cold fey woman, her hair seemingly made of frozen leaves and great big briars. Tarn, you see a decrepit old skeleton just sitting idly, covered in cobwebs and spiders. And where there are dragons, there are instead 3 eggs resting beneath solid ice. All of you at
This
least can
place is
see
beautiful.
Morgaine standing ahead of you. She smiles, approaches. If it's not the party people.
Hey, Morgie.
Morgaine?
Come, receive unto hug.
Thanks for sending that fairy along to help us out.
It is my pleasure. Always happy to help. She will indeed come and give Nahia a big hug. Reaches over, gives
Squeezle.
Ursula and Cass and goes scritches.
Place it down again.
Tarn, you look, unsettled. Something amiss?
He went over the gate.
She'll scrunch her lips up. I don't know what that means, but okay.
We came here during autumn, so
Yeah, and that's how you
Arlen.
arrange the party. We know.
Weird. Well, all of us are seeing a party, apart from Tarn and maybe apart from Mori, except things are, what, rotty and dead?
It's pretty lifeless. It's still waiting to happen. Nice eggs.
Spooky. So, wait, you're seeing the old eggs? That's... Alright, yeah, that is spooky. Interesting, though.
it's yeah. Like I said, I think I figured it out. It's like we're at two different times, but at the same place.
How far back are they seeing?
Must be when you first arrived, back in autumn.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, so we're like inside a bubble. and their
Or maybe they're in the bubble.
reflections. Maybe, but whichever party is in the bubble, they cannot see the reflections we see on the inside of said bubble.
Morgaine shrugs. Couldn't tell you.
Wild.
I can't either. This is just snaps a finger. Speculation.
Well,
Hmm.
I suggest you speculate inside with drinks.
Yeah, sure.
That sounds excellent. The boy, the myth. I love it. I was
Sure.
confused when I saw both Ornias there.
Like mother, like daughter.
Alrighty.
Shot, you step up onto the platform. You all hear that familiar sound of like ice cracking under Hashat's massive weight when she steps up, but as soon as she lifts a hoof, it seems to just mend itself right back. It still makes her normally loud approach much, much more noticeable.
Oh, do we get the fucking goddamn ice reverberation? You know, when you smack the ice and it just sends that wheel sound throughout the lake.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I'll give you all a smile and say, well, things are in full swing already. If you want introductions to anyone, let me know. Mom's still sleeping. I'm sure she'll get up and come on down soon enough.
Or
Queen is sleeping.
who's the Anubian with the elf over there?
The hootie what?
Popper. The big
Oh,
blonde one.
visitors from quite a ways away. They're from somewhere called the Cold North, which, as you can imagine, makes them quite popular here.
Oh, I imagine so.
She nods sagely. That one is Lady Carolyn Hornier, and I believe that's her
Wait, their
son-in-law.
surname is what?
Hornier. The Yarlessa of
Huh.
Cornwall, you see.
Ah, okay.
Also, considering how many babies her babies have talked about giving birth to, probably also just plain horny.
That makes a lot of sense.
Well,
And that
at least
one,
it speaks to your Mithrin part.
the elf is the son-in-law as well. Interesting combo.
You can find his wife all the way up that direction, I believe.
Oh,
She's
she
the
has
one with the cute
precious
little baby.
bablet.
Yes.
I immediately love this tiny puppy child. I will have to go and say hello.
You do that. Tarn, you see Nahia gushing towards what looks like just an old candelabra with a dust cover hanging over it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Your friends are all going crazy, Tarn.
I make sure everyone I go past gets a hello and a greeting.
I am unsure of who to talk to, but I suppose I should try and mingle as the spirit of the party.
Well, you know, hmm. Wait, think. If they are on the side, that means he can't see them, they can't see him. He can't interact with them, they can't interact with him. But he can interact with us. Out of character, what's his name again? Is Tarnavak now just like a voice can become a fucking literal assistant spot since none of the other fucking Fae can, interact with him?
You should go and have Tarn talk to people and see.
Hey, Tarn, you up for testing that?
Willing to give it a try? Oh, going to need you to show me where people are.
Yeah, just you was gonna say holds out a hand and then you man, you have to hold it upwards for your knees, but yes, just keep on my right side and just check for the direction of my. She just angles her ears so that they're pointed toward wherever the ears are pointing at. That's gonna be a person then. When I start talking.
Very well.
Okay, so gonna just start walking this way. Walk this way.
So go say hi to these northerners.
Yeah,
Don't know where this cold north is, but
I greet this Winterfell person.
There is a courtier standing about with a drink in hand. She will turn, incline her head. Hello there.
Hmm. How are you this wonderful day?
I am well indeed. Better still knowing that our glorious queen will soon welcome a new member of her family to the world. Tarn, make a perception check. Also, Nahia, you've opened a whole can of shit. We'll get back to you in a second.
Fair.
Can Marek help with this?
Probably not.
Can the literal ghost help with it?
If you want to talk to Merrick about what he and Elsie are experiencing, that's one thing, but they can't help with an ability check in this case. Alright. Tarn, you hear the faintest of whispers on the wind. You can just barely make out what people are saying, but it takes a great deal of concentration.
Oh, a new family member, you say? I'll look up at Tarnavak. Do tell. That sounds very interesting.
She follows your
I'm
gaze
not.
for a moment, arching an eyebrow. Yes, aren't you part of the lovely stud's family, or her retinue, I suppose?
Ah, yes, you were referring to that.
Of course, this whole party was gathered to celebrate the coming of Sylvester's child.
Yes, it's a monumental event. Always a happy one with more children.
Indeed. 'Tis the first time Sylvester's had children in, quite a long time, and certainly the first time with someone other than her pet Amazons.
Yeah, she was in apparently a little bit of a pickle for a while, but she got over that.
Yes, I hear you're to thank for saving our queen's beloved. For that, the whole court owes you deeply.
Yeah, I was. I wasn't too sure how big of a like everybody should know it, or everybody should know, so I just try to keep it low.
Oh, yes, everybody knows. Don't be afraid of playing the hero. Everyone loves that. Martial conquest, defeating monsters, that is the stuff of legends on which we sup.
Oh boy, then, holy crap, we have a monumental amount of tales for you guys to listen to then. Because we've been busy.
And I look forward to the grand recounting.
Thank, thank you for your time, and shall see to all these other esteemed guests here.
She will lift a glass to you. Meanwhile, Hashat, you have wandered over towards where a group of Fae, what looks like a shadow elf, and one of these blonde puppies are all gathered around a dragon who looks really just a little bit larger than you, probably a young one, and are giving it snoot rubs as it lays its head on the side of the pool. This particular wolf woman is an absolute fucking unit. She's Nahia-sized, clad up in full plate armor, and has a tremendous hammer resting at her side that looks like it's just a dragon's tooth yanked out of a skull. Could easily play pinata with a Jotun's nuts at her size.
Well, if you have your weapon with you, I assume you're on the guest list?
Oh, yes. My, daughter got us the invite. Apparently she's besties with a winter fae now. I'm Caradwin Hornier, Yalessa. She will extend a hand.
I'll shake her hand. Lord Hashat Ignaskala of Ignaferis.
Can't say I'm familiar, but I understand we're, walking between worlds here.
Yes, this place seems a bit out of the norm.
That's understating it, yeah.
It's nice to see there's other mortals around.
He chuckles and says, and some who cross the line between Fey and mortal. Like this one here. She will reach an arm around the elf's shoulders and just noogie him for a moment. His peaked pirate hat goes flying off into the water. Squeals with annoyance. Ah, shit. I mean, poop.
Does Shot detect the subtle sounds of a Cassidy?
Oh no, that is King Kassa, isn't it?
The elf will sketch a bow. So you have heard of me.
The shot looks between the elf and Cassidy. He's like, oh, there's a very familiar energy about you. I had to take a guess.
Well, I
This is
am
why
the inestimable King Kassa, Sky Raider extraordinaire. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, my lady. We'll sweep down and give your knuckles a kiss.
it is a pleasure to meet you as well. And let me introduce you to my husband. This is Cassidy, a bard extraordinaire and a great hero.
The two of them just lock eyes for a moment. Then you see them both slowly turning their gaze towards you. Shot, you feel as though you're in danger.
Oh no.
Insert fucking full alchemist moment of bros just flexing, but in this case it's just asses
You just hear cheeks
become
clapping.
best. And nobody's moving. They can just do that.
Hardcore cast kegels, yeah.
Yeah, the two shake hands and begin chatting amongst themselves quietly. Kay will roll her eyes and take a step up. Give Hashat a look. So, you're a big slab of meat. What are you, a knight of some kind?
A knight? Oh, I guess I was knighted by honorarily.
Honorary knight tonight.
No, you were full fucking knighted. You're knight of the realm.
Well, I have no obligation to.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, she's titled but not obliged. It's like the idea that when you get a knighthood from the from old Queenie, she couldn't just be like, Sir David Attenborough, to the field with you.
Well, this was for in the defense of the realm, so
That's
yes.
right, and so she was rewarded with a title. It wasn't for the defense of the realm. Your job, the defense of the realm forever.
Yeah, I'm a foreign lord. I can't be. I'm not beholden. I can't be beholden. Although I am marrying Cassidy, so things get a bit murky after I get married.
I don't know, it seems pretty black and white right now. Carrie will chuckle at that. Yeah, I can understand that. I never thought being a lord would be as much work as it is, right?
Well, it's going to be a lot of work once I settle down. I'm nearing the end of my misadventures. Going to be settling down with my family soon once I get business here settled and then off on one last delving. And then I'm going to be settling into my city and my family.
Right at the end then. You feeling that sweet melancholy yet? Leaving one
Oh,
life behind for another?
not really. I'm going to be unfathomably busy once I do settle down. I have an
Oh, that's good.
unbelievable number of children to take care of.
Oh, yeah.
Garrett one has entered the chat.
Yeah, I hear that. Mostly I'm dealing with the grandbabies these days.
I think I'm nearing about 30.
Whoa.
That's just the first batch. Oh gosh, what do I need to do?
Well, take it from me, they start multiplying. You think you have 5 kids, then all of a sudden you've got 50 grandbabies. Starting with
Hashat's
30.
kids. If Hashat's kids take after her and Saracena or Turtle, it's gonna go like, oh yeah, 30 kids. 600 grandchildren, you know, as you do.
You're
Makes
going
me
to
a
be
little bit.
feeling regiments before long.
Makes me kind of worried that Nefarious is going to just be just my own, just the home of my clan.
There's nothing wrong with that. Having a home just for you and yours.
It's a mountain city, though, inside of a mountain.
Well, sometimes. That's what's best for the family. I've got a castle of my own, and it's just one big Kitsune clan. All the way down.
Oh wow. I've been considering trying to find looking into some kind of genealogical blessing to protect my family from accidents.
Oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea.
If there's going to be that many, I have to work out some kind of fail-safe.
Of course, you could just go with my family's strategy of making sure there aren't all that many.
Oh,
That sounds much more grim when I say it out loud, but we
little
have
bit.
we have a set of magic tattoos we use that make sure that you only get pregnant once or twice, then you just turn the whole guts off.
Oh, well, that's pretty useful. I don't think that would fly, though, with my family. Especially one of them.
Oh? I mean, you have the look
I
of a
may
fertility goddess, but
have reawoken a primordial goddess of fertility, and she's a little. Well, everyone says she's a little unhinged, but I don't know. I think she's just in her element.
yeah, we
She's
reigning
the
old
reason it's in
gods
the.
can...
She's the reason it's nearing 30 already.
Yeah, that's the thing with reawakened old gods. They tend to be a little eccentric.
Yeah. It was worth it, though. Oh my god, it was worth it. The damage to that, the damage to the city was definitely worth the experience.
Now that sounds like a story. Though these Fae here don't seem to appreciate the more carnal side of bardic lore.
Really, what are they into then?
Carrie will flex. They love stories of adventure and monster slaying. The fall of titans and death of gods. They're my kind of people, really.
Well, they probably enjoyed the story of how I how I reawoke the goddess, and just not the part after that.
I'm sure. Well, in that case, you'll have plenty to regale them with. Speaking of which, I should probably go bail out your friend. It looks like she's getting her ear talked off by my daughter.
Oh no, I'm about to get double teamed by Honias because Nahia hasn't dropped the Morrigan bomb yet.
Carrie reaches up and gives you a slap on the shoulder and starts walking up there. Meanwhile, in the Nahia verse, she made the mistake of asking about what a Hagen is. Kiri will excitedly clap her hands and bounce on her balls of the feet, which does incredible things to her chest. You've never heard
Fair.
of Hagen? Oh my god.
No, I have not.
He's the god of the sun, the eternal bounty of the earth. You know, all the light and the whole world. The changing of seasons, the coming and goings. Everything.
Okay.
The whole world revolves around him.
That is fair. I mean, I have the teeny tiny blessing from our sun god, Wolfar, because he and the goddess I originally worshipped, Mithras, bountiful lady, banged and also blessed my lovely weapon at the same time. And their child is the Morrigan, whom I am champion of.
You're a Morganite. I thought I would never
Correct.
meet another one that I didn't give birth to.
That. Pardon? Hold up. No, that's a. You see, I woke Mori up from the chapel where she was maintained inanimate a body, her soul riding around in a helmet of the lovely Voron here.
Huh?
Indeed.
Well, that's weird, because my mom revived the Morgan from being sort of semi-imprisoned in a elf plane.
The elf plane.
Yeah, Lesia. It's where my husband's from.
Oh, like the steel?
Yeah.
Wait, okay, hold up. Hold. Have you heard of a Herona?
No.
Harpy Bimbo Goddess?
Harpy Bimbo Goddess. Can't
The Heron?
say I have.
Damn it.
What's a Herona?
Herona is Morrigan's best friend. Her bestie. Mori herself is ace, so they don't. I don't think they've gone any further than that. But they were
What?
inseparable until Herona disappeared.
Morgan has a husband. What are you talking about?
Are you sure they bang?
I'm not gonna ask, but I mean, presumably.
Interesting. See, Morrigan, goddess of graves as she is, also technically kind of the goddess of time at the moment because she.
Goddess of death. It's an important distinction.
You're right, it's a very important distinction, which is why I said graves.
But you're wrong though.
Son of a fucking bitch. So is your Elysia Mori for sure a Deathite?
Yeah, she's the patron god of vampires. And
What?
the puppy will undo the scarf that's around her neck and crane it open to show you just a litany of puncture marks all the way down.
Holy crap.
What? Yeah, she's the patron of the immortal and the undying. She hates, zombies and stuff, unintelligent undead, but, vampires, higher beings, those who have found their way out of the eternal cycle of life and death. All about that.
My Mori hates that. She hates all the undead. It drives her completely insane that we have so many undead friends.
God, she's like my grandma.
They probably get along pretty fantastically if that's the case. But no, seriously though, like, for real, the patron saint of undead?
Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, there's some that she's not okay with. But
Okay.
even ones that are just a blight on reality, like Velt, she doesn't step up to them.
Oh, in our realm, Morrigan was killed, hand lopped off, and cruel, abominable acts were done to her by the vampire lord.
Oh no.
Yeah, not a big fan. And to be honest, before that, she was still the grave goddess before that event happened, so she was certainly not brightened up on vampires anytime since. You're 100% sure that they're Morgan, a gothic makeup, predilection for the silver blade, raven's feathers and wings?
As you're saying that, a unit of dog woman will wander up and just pick your bird off your shoulder and give him a little head rub. Yeah, she knows what she's talking about. Excitable as she is. I should know. I'm the
Okay.
one who revived her.
Do you happen to see the lady there at the bottom of the staircase?
She'll rise up on her tiptoes to look over you. Yeah, the hot blonde, I see her.
Okay, so that hot blonde is daughter of Wovar, god of the sun, and Mithras, goddess of uh, fertility, life, the farm, and home and hearth. She also happens to be the Morrigan, goddess of the grave.
The blonde. Really?
Yeah. Did you not know Morrigan is actually blonde? Some god's daughter.
Carrie and
It's all
Imperial just
makeup. First time I met her, she looked more like Oh, I lift my cloak and we'll just cast the Raven spell that pulls out the avatar version of her, the otherworldly guys, or the aspect it is. Sorry.
All right, so you're resummoning Mori here.
Yes.
Just okay. Tarn Ursula, you hear it. God damn it! Sucked out of reality. Pops back next to you.
Huh. That's not what I expected to happen. Did she jump forward in time or not, though?
She does not appear to have. Her everything is still the way you left it. She's fuming at you.
I'm sorry, I thought we were somewhat disconnected, and so that would just summon the Raven Knight avatar of yourself.
I was trying to have a conversation with Tarnavak. Thank you.
I am sorry. Oh, by the way, these ladies here are Morganites?
What?
Yeah. Knights of the Morgan, goddess of death and patron saint of vampires, from Elysia, married to a handsome elven man named Adendis.
Mori just blinks a couple times. That's got to be wrong. Kerrigan will laugh. Alright, now that I hear her, yeah, I can believe it. Take a step up and sketch a bow. Well, you don't look like my Morgan, but you sort of sound like her. So you're telling me you don't remember saving my kids? None of that? I appreciate your devotion, Paladin, but no, I have no idea who you are. That's pretty weird. Well,
Did you ever have other aspects, Maury?
I did. I had 2 others, and they've both been missing since the fall.
Was one of them, what, far gothier?
They were all
Indica.
me. We're the same person.
Maybe that changed.
I suppose 1,000 years can be room for some character development, but having a husband, especially an elf, seems... Well, I'm revolted by the idea. Oh, hey, he's not that bad. World breakers, well, he breaks some beds, if you know what I mean. Mom! Curie will put her hands over tiny Maeve's ears.
By jumping on them too hard.
She's too young to understand anything, Curie. Calm down.
You never want that to be your child's first words, though, you know.
He's not even a year old.
Fair. So, are you able to also summon your Morgan?
Well, technically I'm not a paladin, Morgan.
Oh.
I was a paladin of Hagen till, things happened. My daughter, though, is... Gesture Kiri, who will say. I can't summon Mori, no.
Oh,
I summon a cute ghost, but not a Morgan.
Probably. I guess we'll have to make a visit for this other Mori at some point. I'm still baffled though. Patron saint of vampires definitely is. That's a huge change.
Yeah, I guess so. It's kind of always been how it is for us, but... Mori's just Mori. I've been touched by her since I was... Uriel, just tap her mom's tummy.
Oh, by saved your children, you mean quite literally while you're in the womb?
Carrie will nod. Indeed, I passed on some sort of affliction to my daughters, but as reward for services rendered, Morgan cured them.
I'll be.
Your Mori will purse her lips. I didn't know I could do that. One second. Mori's going to flit away and retrieve Ursula and Tarn. You two ought to come have a listen to this. There are some wild things being said by this wolf one.
Oh? Very well.
Lead the way.
Yeah,
You're
keep on my
about
right
to be- Sorry.
and make sure to twist my body so that Ursula doesn't give a fuck how stupid she looks, so she just makes sure that Tarn doesn't bump into people.
Mori just flies over everyone.
You two are about to meet Tarnavak and Ursula. You can presumably guess which one is which by name.
Yeah, I reckon. Carrie will incline her head towards Ursula and then past her sort of blinks. Where's your Tarnavak?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hold on, let's make a test.
Does it help if I reach out and put a hand on Tarn's shoulder?
Can other? Okay, no. Neither of
They're
them seem
both
to
too fucking
hear.
stupid. None of them has fucking perception.
No.
No. 96 though, somehow. The two dog women look at you like you're crazy.
Oh,
I have an
when
idea.
we entered this place, they how best to put it? They didn't enter through the front gate, so they are at some place or time disconnected to the rest of us. We came in with them though, so
Yeah.
we can still see them.
Yeah,
That's wild.
we're in the same place at different times. That's why you guys can't see each other, but they're supposed to be he did react to some of the words hearing from you guys faintly.
Alright, I think you're
Well,
less
not you,
crazy now that there's a cloud of floating residium.
Huh. Interesting trick.
Carrie will reach out and poke Tarn. Tarn, you feel a clawed gauntlet just rake across your chest.
Gonna blink and try
It's
and
quite
guide them, so that
peculiar.
gonna try and guide them into a handshake. Just take each of those wrists and clasp them.
Yeah, Tarn, you can feel a ghostly hand around yours, but you can't see anything. And holy fuck, this woman is strong. Your gauntlet crunches ever so slightly.
And no need to squeeze him like crazy.
Huh? That's just a normal
Yeah.
handshake.
Damn.
Tarn's not a fucking slouch, though.
Tarn doesn't have a baseline 21 strength. Like this crazy woman
Not
does.
21, but he has 20.
Sure.
Lady Caradwin is a brick.
A brick!
She's
House.
mighty.
Yeah, this woman came out of the womb with 20 strength.
That CEO grind set.
Good God.
But yes, apparently these two ladies here are devotees of the Morrigan, goddess of death, not goddess of graves, patron saint of vampires and intelligent undead, destroyer of unintelligent undead, married to a handsome elfman. Am I missing anything there?
Is that one only, or is that two?
We
Two
only
what,
know
sorry?
of one Morgan, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, are you having a god conversation? Oh, not this again.
Not just the god
Oh.
conversation, there's apparently a whole extra Mori out there.
Wait, just snaps her fingers.
From Alicia, the place
Hey,
where the
Mori,
special
what,
weapons come from.
Is this a conversation we're going to get in trouble for having?
I think
Hey, Mori,
it might be.
What?
Hey, Mori.
What?
What didn't you weren't you missing what the fuck the name
Yes,
again?
been over this.
Aspects. Oh, aspects, okay. Sure.
Yep.
Yes, perhaps their Morgan is one of them, but
Mr. Wild, do you know of a way that we can reach this Morrigan?
Have you tried praying? I can show you
She's
all
right
sorts
there.
of rituals. I commune with her every night.
Okay. That would help, sure. I'll pull out my cute little Morrigan Bible I've been making.
She also pulls out one. It is larger and much, much gothier, covered in skulls. Little tassels of bones hang off of it.
Fucking metal.
Wow, that's like pre Mithran
Yeah,
Morgan.
look, Tamari, the aesthetic lines up.
Well, the most powerful of the dark gods deserves nothing less.
Look, I promise you'll also
Hey.
get a wicked heavy metal one once I finish writing
Whoa,
it.
okay, stop right there. The
Huh?
most powerful what?
Of the dark gods. You know, the Shadow Pantheon.
No, not a thing that we have.
No.
Oh. Well, see, here's the thing. So there's the Domain Pantheon. You know, Embla and Waylon, Hagen. Well, Hagen's kind of dead right now, but he'll get better. Don't worry about it. And
Yeah, gods
then,
do that, yeah.
yeah. And then there's the dark gods, who are not really domains. They're more like ideas or feelings. Not super into
What?
granting people power, but they're more like warlock patrons, mostly.
Okay,
Oh.
how about those dark? The fact that you call them dark gods, I was like questioning that.
Yeah,
Do
I
they
don't like the
happen
label
to?
either. It's a thing.
Okay, then I will try this. Are they more a represent representatives of what is considered more negative things, or
I don't think any of the
domains of
gods
that?
represent positive or negative. Like, is a storm positive or negative? Not really, it's just a storm. The only
Yeah, but there's a
death isn't
difference between being the
positive or
patron.
negative, it's just death. Adventures
Yes,
can
but
be
there's a difference.
positive or negative, but Damsel likes them both.
Yeah, but there's a difference between, like being the god of war and being the god of wholesale mass murder genocide. See?
But I think the same people worship you no matter which they're doing.
Huh.
A god doesn't decide who worships them, though I suppose they can decide who gets their powers. In which
Let's
Yeah,
case,
try
that's
and avoid
regardless,
the
the...
theology debate part.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
sorry, I get
But I
carried
mean,
away.
Yeah, it's fine, it's
yeah.
fine. Just trying to figure out the facts here, just learning that there is another Mori that is just entirely different and interdimensional.
Caradon will pipe up again. And you're sure you don't have a Hagen in your world?
We have a Wolvar.
What the
Sun
fuck's a
sun
Hagen?
god. Their sun god.
Oh, it's Sanga. Okay. Yeah, no,
Kiri
we have
starts
a
talking.
Wolvar.
Caradon pinches her lips shut. Nope. Yeah, our sun god.
Okay.
So they're different people in your world, but we both have a Morgan, who's kind of the same, but not really.
I
Wild.
mean, I
Elysian.
guess Mori is the patron saint of Hexblades here. The Raven Queen. Doing her thing.
Yeah, same here.
You said
Are all of your dark
Elysian.
pantheon just missing aspects from this realm's domain?
Wouldn't tell you. I don't know where the dark gods came from. Well, except the Cadist, but fuck him. Them.
Why fuck
It.
him? Or damn it.
It's a long story, and Kieran's probably better telling it.
Okay.
Right,
Do like
so,
this. Just tell what they represent.
bondage? Bacchanalia?
The god of bondage and bucket. Sorry, the gods, or is it they as in like non-binary? God of.
It's a trio deity. They used to be Deva of Hagen, and then the Damsa made them fall.
Your adventure goddess made angels of or Deva of light fall.
Yep.
And they became the bondage Bacchanalia.
Yep.
I think I know how the goddess of adventurers made them fall.
Yep.
Huh.
Y'all motherfuckers need Kinara.
Don't know what that is.
Camaraderie goddess. The
Yeah,
goddess of
she's
hugs.
Comrades, valor, bravery, and hugs.
Oh, an Embla. Gotcha.
She's a Dracotar.
I love dragons.
Hey, us two, they're great. Indeed, the wife of the Winter Queen there is also my wife in this party is because I got her pregnant. Big
Kiri
time.
high fives you.
Oh, but I'll high five back.
The little wolflet in her arms just does a little raspberry and reaches out, not towards you, but towards Tarn.
Devoron?
Towards Tarn.
Tarn.
Ooh. Hey, darn, we've got the fan. And don't let that kid lick up any blue, though.
Oh yeah, that's fucking one shot then.
Hello, little one.
Aw, what's your puplet's name?
Oh, this is Maeve.
Oh,
She is my
repeat
youngest
4 times.
of 4.
Of 4? Nice. Well, Tarnavak, Maeve, Tarnavak.
Tarn, you feel tiny wolflet like slowly waddling over and then like wrapping her arms around your leg. And you suddenly can vaguely see her too. Kind of like Wraith vision, a ghostly, misty image of a tiny wolf.
It's like give them like a gentle head pat.
She blows you another raspberry and
Oh, look at their little tail doing a wag.
it do wag.
They're precious. Yeah, I'm gonna pull out a look back. Hook me up in the Morrigan 2 summoning ritual.
I don't know about summoning rituals, but I can tell you all of her prayers.
Okay, I mean, I won't say no. I'm interested to see how many of them line up.
Wait. You have active Morgan fueled powers, right?
Yeah?
Just turns to Mori. Hey Mori,
Yes, Ursula.
can you look at her and like focus in on that magic she has?
Define focus in.
Like, when you cast a spell, you make a little, like color shift. Like color shift like that.
She blinks a couple times. Tarn, could you translate, please?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm glad it's not just me.
Okay. You've talked about, this is this kind of magic, and there's this kind of magic, and there's this kind of magic. There are different schools, so you can identify them, right?
Yes, there are different schools of magic.
Yes, but you're a little bit higher than an average mortal when it comes to magic. So can't you like see like the type and how her powers come from? Because if they come from, say, your aspect, which is also you, shouldn't you be able to like see the type of like when Nahia casts your magic, your power?
She will think on that for a moment. Maybe. We are in a between worlds at the moment, it seems. I think we've crossed well into the Feywild now. So it could be that this other me might be able to manifest some here if I can.
Yeah, see? So if there is an actual ability to, if Naya draws her power from you to get you here, if that ritual, that spell for her, that would mean she could probably draw from that power and get that Morgan here.
Oh, do you want me to try and do the equivalent of their casting the aspect of the Raven Queen with their Raven Queen?
Yeah, why not? If it works for us, why wouldn't it work for them? Magic's magic, right?
I'm willing to give it a shot. You got 60 gold in the healing potion.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Which of you two is the more devout Morganite? Sorry, Miss Kirwin Carey.
That would be me. 100% me.
Okay. Yeah, hand, please.
She will extend a hand.
I
Okay.
will sigh and rip a bump of the blue stuff. So that I can recast Aspect of the Raven.
Alright. Nahia, roll an Arcana check, please.
Sure.
You
Does
may
anyone
have
have...
advantage from Kirwin trying to assist you.
Alrighty. 14.
Okay. You feel the air charging with energy, and there's a flickering in your shadows for a moment. And Kirwin gasps as if something has just brushed across her tail, but then the sensation fades and Nahia gets a nosebleed.
Ah, ow. Sorry, I can't do that more than once a day usually. I felt something. It felt like Mori, sort of.
Yes, it did feel like me. That's uncomfortable.
I'm gonna like look inside my cloak's shadow and just sort of peer in. Are you in there, mystery goddess?
There is the faintest stirring sensation from inside your own shadow. Not just your cloak, but the actual shadow sitting behind you. It seems to roil ever so slightly.
I'll say a little prayer.
The shadow simply settles.
Oh, okay. Watch if you wish. Oh, shrug at Mori. Oh,
Well, it was a nice
damn.
try.
Yeah, sorry about that. I gave it all I could, but yeah, that gift is something I can't do often, and I suppose, I guess, although your Mori might be watching now, it's not like she gave me permission to summon her.
Yeah. The gods don't really like to be summoned. The whole idea that you can do that here is pretty wild. I wish I could just snap my fingers and pop the setting sun out. That'd be awesome.
I shrug. I don't know. I'm definitely incredibly blessed. I don't know why Mori puts up with me either.
Neither do I sometimes, but then again, you're pretty alright.
I hang on to the 44. Just pat myself up with a couple cures.
Did you take damage from something?
Yeah, I had to rip a blue line to do that because I
I had to get up for a second. What did you do?
I tried to drag Shiv's Mori into the into meat space with a power that I can only really cast once a day, so I had to cheat.
That's bold of you.
It was very bold. I asked nicely. It didn't work either because I just didn't roll high enough or because it couldn't happen.
It's probably because... Yeah, I mean, the summoning spells for gods does have to be designed properly for a god for it to be called. They're tuned to each one is tuned to a different deity, so you can't just willy-nilly do it.
True, but it should be the same deity, but I guess there is just enough of a difference that I really genuinely can't.
No, Mori, come on. He likes you.
What do you want me to do with a child?
Pick her up, hug her, give her ear rubs.
You know the things your mom did for you?
You don't have to guilt trip me over it. God. I will stiffen a moment for kneeling down and picking a tiny wolflet.
Hey, Cass, do you think the Fae like cocaine?
I don't know. Maybe?
I imagine they probably would.
I mean,
Well,
as long as
do we
it's
have any-
Coven Stone cocainium, everybody likes it.
I don't know how. I was just thinking,
Well-
I wonder how much of that stuff we actually have laying around.
Hey, Hashat,
What? Yeah?
ask your local expert on it. Not
You?
to Lady Morgan.
Why do you think I'm the expert on cocaine? Oh.
Morgan, not Morgan. An expert on Fae, I imagine, not cocaine.
Yeah, like local expert on cocaine is fucking Nahia.
I only have
It's
5.
fucking Nahia.
I only have 5 doses. That's not that much.
Well, it's a good fucking thing I went shopping before we fucking started rolling out then.
Oh god.
Just a shopping bag
How
full
much
of powder.
did you bring with you?
Enough to become an apex predator?
Well, before, money-wise, I spent buying potions and stuff. I spent over 750 gold.
On potions?
And on potions, yes. So 7,500 silver worth of stuff. And that includes a lot of cocaine. Because I knew we were coming here, so I bought cocaine.
Well, I mean, we could certainly make this party more of a party, I guess.
We'll saunter
It
up.
just...
So why are we doing drugs?
I don't know.
I know it's not the most exciting party right now, but come on.
Well,
There's
the
children
question
here.
was... Yes,
Yeah, you're right. It's for the party later.
That thing was, do Fae like cocaine?
I was just asking. It was just an idle thought.
Look, save the fat lines for ripping them off a dog woman's butt.
Alright,
After
sure.
the,
No, thank you.
Are you sure? I mean, look at them.
It
She
just
will
looks
just
at them as
gesture
like,
at the enormous wolf woman.
I
Yeah.
mean, I wouldn't mind crushing Cassidy between one of them. I don't think Cassidy. Somehow, I think Cassidy wouldn't mind either. Would you?
Oh no, I'm in danger. Oh no.
Cassie having already plotted with the king to make just that happen.
okay, no, that Morgan, Lady Morgan, it wasn't like about doing it. It was question, do the Fae like cocaine?
Alright. So it's a little race to just assume the entirety of all Fae would or would not like cocaine. Some do, some don't.
Okay, but no, it's just a general question. Much like, I don't know, does all Fae
There's
don't like?
not a general answer to it. They're not allergic to it like cold iron.
Yes, that's why I was trying to think up the correct sentence for it. I may have gotten my brain working a bit, but sorting out how everything's supposed to work, it's gonna take a few years. What's that terminology? Yeah, get everything up to speed. So yeah, none of them are allergic to it. That's good. Okay, so at least you got the party here. So Ursula just starts getting out pack and pack and pack and pack and
I
pack
wonder
and
what
pack.
the- So, considering this party is for one thing, is for something involving Sylvestra, Miss Morgaine, what's the odds that the Lady Sylvestras will make a surprise appearance here?
Surprise appearance? Of course she's gonna be here.
I figured.
And she's upstairs getting ready.
Did we actually travel through time when we came through the front door?
Well, you kept saying it was autumn, so yeah, I think you did. Unless you're Tarn, then you didn't.
Can we see Tarnavak?
Yeah, you guys can see Tarn. Speaking of
Okay.
which, Morgan will go up and give him a poke on the chest. How you holding up, big guy?
It's all very, surreal.
I bet. Here. She will take a drink off of a passing servant's tray, and Tarn, you see just a little champagne glass materialize in her hand, which she will hand to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was extra weird.
Morgan just grins at you. Welcome to the Feywild.
Oh, mm.
Morgane's saying that. You feel a big bushy tail brushing your legs. Tarn and tiny ghost child is just hefted up into the air.
Oh, I can still see her even now she's let go of me.
Yes, you can very clearly
Hmm.
see Maeve, and considering she keeps looking at you, you're pretty sure she can see you too.
Hmm. That's fine. That's fine, I'm sure.
Probably fine.
I mean, it's pure innocence. They can perceive shit in the way, so the Feywild that normal can't.
Hmm.
Our dark vampire lord retired.
Yep.
We sometimes hang out in his house.
Wait, a Dark Lord can just retire? That doesn't
Yeah.
sound right.
I mean, when you have a unbelievably hot love demon as a wife, I mean,
Wait, what?
He got enough of that Ducey to, quit the job of being evil.
Oh, in short, he got his revenge. He got his wife. He got to retire because all he wanted to was to get his wife.
Pretty much. And then he
So
got a
your
true love's kiss at the end that made him alive again anyway.
Dark Lord just won.
Basically.
I think it was like several generations of adventurers just decided not to fight him, and in fact tried to be nice to him, and then he just kind of retired.
Yeah.
I mean, you say he won, but the world is. I mean, everything's still here. He lives in a
Oh yeah,
house
He just
with his
wasn't
wife and
trying
his
very
kids.
hard, I guess. Yeah, his wife is, succubus, queen of the demons.
oh, and
Which we
the
have one
whole,
of those too. Don't know if you do.
he used to be a vampire, but
well,
he got cured. He got better.
we don't
Yeah.
have a Queen of the Demons. We got a Queen of the Tieflings, but Great Grandma's pretty alright.
Oh, we've been lucky enough to only. Well, I say lucky enough. We're unlucky enough to only have the one village of tieflings that unfortunately didn't end especially well. But I grew up there, surrounded by them. Absolutely lovely people. It's a real shame we're still dealing with that whole racism thing.
Yeah. Carradine will just chuckle. Yeah, my mom got tired of that and overthrew all the racist governments. Now the Tieflings rule the North.
You're kidding.
Nope.
Huh. I have to send notes to a few friends of mine, see if they can get that arranged.
Yeah, I highly recommend Regicide.
Oh, regicide? I probably shouldn't do any advising for that then. Kind of.
Well, that's how you get rid of the racists. They
That
cut
does
out your
make a lot of
tongues and burn
sense.
you at the stake for being you. Well, eventually you're just gonna have to get tired of it.
Yeah, no, that
Oh,
does
no,
sound like
that-
something worth getting tired over. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, but that was just more on what's it called yeah, the theological aspects of.
Hmm.
Yeah, don't care.
It's
I
a
mean,
bit difficult when our Dark Lord used a demon army to destroy the elves. So
Well, you
kind of
guys
a
all lost your elves too, huh?
You lost. I mean, you got. Oh, right, he's a legion.
Yeah, that one's a legion. We have some snow elves left, but our high elves got smushed by
The fuck?
dragons.
The fuck's a
Dragons
snow
ate
elf?
yours. Weird.
Ignorance.
Yeah, no, our evil Dark Lord vampire killed all of our elves. Most of them, even.
lot of them. Some
Because they
escaped
killed his
underground.
wife, Demon Queen.
Well, I guess one universal constant is elves just exist to get fucked.
They do. And now there's a whole dimension of them.
hear a tiny squeak from the castle.
I feel like I shouldn't have heard
Uh-oh.
that, but that sounds like a great place.
Oh yeah, you should come visit. All of you should. Maybe we can see this Tarnavak of yours in person.
Feel really bad. Tarn, would
Okay.
you like to, come back through the door? Feel really bad that you're missing out on this. We're having a pretty amazing conversation. It, for a moment, became theology and everything.
I wonder how
If
much.
I listen hard, I can hear it. It's just
Oh,
How
okay.
much?
needs. It's just the effort of doing that does make actually joining in a little harder, and also
Yeah, they appear to
I'm
be struggling to hear you.
I'm having to orient by Ursula.
Oh, they fucking came around. Look at him go. Good job,
Yeah.
gals.
Keep him talking, actually. I think I can hear something on the wind.
Oh, yeah.
She
Tarnavak, tell them about... Oh, let's see here. Tell them about our big world-ending dragon.
Oh, it's the Dragon King Tazran. Yes, it's a well, I'm far from an expert. The majority of records are gone since then, but yes, giant red dragon through marriage, became ruler of the dragons, and unfortunately went a little crazy. And when I say a little crazy, I mean enough that it's known as the Worm of World's End.
Well, that's a title. How big was your art dragon?
Uh, I think most of this ballroom.
Oh, he's just a little guy.
That's a little guy?
Yeah. You need to see a real archdragon one of these days. Like Malthax the Abyssal. Great father of wormkind, drinker of immortal souls, end of the endless sea. Bastard's the size of a continent.
A continent.
Yeah.
Excuse you.
When he wakes up, the whole world shakes.
What?
Did you say a continent? Like actual landmass continent?
Yeah. He can fly into the stratosphere and just kill you by depriving you of oxygen if he grabs you.
What?
A
Big.
dragon the size of a landmass continent. Is that
Who
what you're
goes up
saying?
into space?
I mean, to be fair, we did find. I mean, Tunan Kier is like 30 miles long and wide.
He's the size of an island. Okay, that's the difference.
Yeah, continental. Wow. God, I bet if he farts, you get a fucking monsoon.
Probably. Luckily, Salamander Island on top of him seems to keep him mostly occupied.
Salamander Island, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
It is a nice place. Not as nice as Sharkville, but what can you do?
Oh, our Sharkville is in, on, and around Tunan Kier. Flaps does the gesture. Great Leviathan of the ocean. And say island-sized.
Fascinating.
They are precious and buff, one and all.
So this Tazrin of yours, Tarnavak, is he still around?
Yeah. He was laid low by a mortal hero, and he was put in a slumber for centuries, more than 1,000 years. My people, the Hobgoblins, we found him, and the Emperor at the time was obsessed with dragons. He tried to use Tazrin's blood to transform himself into one. When when Aruna rose against the Empire in rebellion, a worm was awakened in the first great battle, Battle of Gastagoth. He flew out to sea and has not been seen since. All believe him dead.
Well, that's quite the story. I guess that's better than ending the world, after all. Doesn't much live
Yes.
up to his name, though.
Oh, yeah. I guess almost 1,000-year nap. It's going to mellow you out.
That it probably does. Speaking of dragons, do you all feel that? Once she calls attention to it, you can feel the ever so slight vibration of something quite large coming in your direction from the south.
I
I think
think
the
the
guest of
Lady
honor
of
is
the
here.
Hour is here.
There is a great fanfare, which Tarn only hears as a whisper on the wind. And the doors crank open, and there's a general gasp as nothing appears whatsoever to most of you. Tarn, however, you see Selvresta striding in. There's another smaller woman at her side to appear to be engrossed in conversation. Glance around.
Am I missing something?
She must have landed inside the gate.
Oh,
Moderately concerning that you can't see her.
Like we told you before, we're in the same place but at different times. So
Oh, yes, but you can see me.
we came. Well, we
yes,
came in
because
together. Maybe that's why we arrived at the
Yeah,
same
we
time.
kind of already always knew you were here.
Tarnavak, who are you talking to?
Ah,
Why are you here alone? Well, with Morgan. She even
Your
counts.
Majesty. There is an enchantment on the gate that those who passed through it are in the heart of winter, whereas we are still in autumn. I can. Nahia and our comrades are all here. Oh, you will have to strain your ears to hear them.
This
Turn
is
around.
new and awkward.
Hello?
Is
Silverest, are you a dumbass? Let's find out.
Is she dumb of ass or just a dumbass?
Oh no, okay.
Let's
She
see.
actually can't fail.
Hell yeah. Tarnavak, quickly, point me in the correct direction to flirt.
it's basically on top of you.
That doesn't surprise me.
Not the first time either.
Indeed. So, Presta, my dear, I am sure you're looking both radiant and chilling at the same time.
Hashat is gonna squint really hard.
She is indeed radiant, clad in her finest gown and jewelry, quite gravidly pregnant with egg. She inclines her head towards where she's fairly certain Nahia is and reaches down to try and feel out a head pat, and her hand just goes through where Nahia is standing, which to Tarn looks deeply, deeply odd. You see Nahia get disemboweled by claws passing through her.
I attempt to perceive as well.
You can hear her voice, but you can't see her per se. You did hear or feel her great draconic presence outside.
Huh. It is going to be very difficult to perform a baby shower. I cannot see her and kiss precious baby bump.
Yes, what the hell's going on here?
Maybe it has something to do with the
Is-
queen being asleep. I don't know. I don't know fairy. I don't know much about fae working.
Which one of you is
Much
that?
less about
Hashat?
being at the very heart of the place.
Yes, whatever this is new. Known my queen for many, many centuries, and I've never had time warp around us.
Apparently, this is an event that usually all have time warped or none have time warped. We rather halved and halved it when Moray and Tarn jumped over the gate.
I'd ask why you do something that dumb, but that does sound interesting. Mori, time god, fix this. I don't know what's going on entirely yet. Give me a while to figure it out. Useless. Can't you just snap your fingers? No?
Is Moray realizing she's never tried?
Mori slowly raises her hand. If this works, I'm going to be very irate. And let's see. Boop. Boop. Snaps her fingers. There's a momentary reverberation on the ice, and for the splittest of seconds, you can all see each other perfectly clear. And then nothing again.
Well, you did something there.
Oh,
Oh, holy shit.
I saw her towering beauty for but a single moment.
Get in the right time period so I can kiss you, you idiot.
Uh,
Oh, I think she wants to slobber you.
I can hear.
Nahia.
I can certainly
Oh,
hear
okay.
that. I just
I heard a
unfortunately can't
real-
see her.
Yeah.
Or
I
make
heard a pretty-
contact. It's very distressing. Where's that herald?
By the stairs.
If you shake that one, I think that this will all be figured out.
I didn't see a herald coming in.
Did you fly in? I suppose you did.
Yes, I fly everywhere. Did you think I walked all this way?
No, no, of course not. I just been through the second gate, and the second gate is what did this.
No, I just landed on the porch. You know, the
Makes a
giant
lot of
landing
sense.
space that's my size exactly.
That makes very much sense. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna go shake him down.
Something is
It's
quite
already
strange.
there.
Yep.
Hey, Harold, dude.
Hey, Teddy Bear. Enjoying the party?
Uh, Sylvester's starting to get pissed because she didn't go through the gate there. She just landed outside, and she's starting to get annoyed.
Well, I'm sorry that's going to happen to her.
Well, do you know any way to fix that problem?
Nope. Like I said, I've never seen this happen before. It's all new territory to me.
That's distressing.
It should be. That's the fun part.
Awesome.
Grins.
So, Nahia,
Yeah.
if she's... How long do they carry an egg?
A while, but it doesn't change the fact that I want to see her right now.
Yeah, no. It's not that. It's the fact that if she goes through that, she's just
Oh,
shoved forward into time.
she's not going to suddenly pop out a child. No, we
Yeah,
gestating for
I
a
was
while.
concerned.
No,
I was
I
concerned
wasn't
about
worried
that.
about that part. No.
Sudden baby isn't going to happen.
She might get like, I don't know, 10 pounds heavier all of a sudden, but it's not a big deal. Or
To a
20, I
dragon,
guess,
come
if
on,
she's
that's like
got
a scale.
twin. How quickly do you think eggs grow?
No, you said like she's gonna get 10 pounds heavier. It's like, oh no, she's like one scale.
Oh, right. Yeah. Damn it. I want to kiss my lady.
Well, maybe you're gonna help the time goddess
If I
do
could,
the whole finger snap again.
I mean, if I could see her, I would consider creating an illusion that you could see matching her, but I would just layer it over top of her. But I can't see her, so
Yeah. Is there any way I can help you help us, Maury?
I need to understand what we're actually dealing with. Preferably why and who, before I can start dismantling it.
Mm,
And like Sylvester said, this is new. And the other Fae don't seem to be aware it's happening. Except
I
the
guess because
Herald, at
it's
least.
I guess because it's always winter here.
But it's not, though. The Herald said the place was closed up for autumn, or something to that effect.
Yeah. So strange.
Wait. Cass,
Hey,
did you go through a second gate when you were here last time?
I didn't go through any gates last time. I climbed up a wall.
And it was in the middle of winter.
No, it was in the middle of summer.
which would be when the Winter Queen is at her weakest.
Yeah. I mean, I guess. She still overpowered me and my friends.
But
It weakest is, I think, relative. She would still be very powerful, even at her weakest, but she's a fairy queen,
Mm-hmm.
which means at her height she would be terrifying.
Yes, as you saw, I think.
Say, so Vresta, can you see the Winter Queen up there on their fancy throne?
I see a skeleton.
A skeleton?
Hey, what?
Skeleton?
There's a rotting carcass on my queen's throne, which I had assumed was a practical joke, considering the place is fucking empty.
Oh. I can see her
I mean,
right
I see
there,
the queen.
sat and sleeping. Very pretty. I can see how she is your type.
Perhaps this is some kind of elaborate practical joke.
Those of you in the autumn timeline see Sylvester stalking over and poking a skeleton sitting on the throne. Its skull falls off.
In our space, do we see the queen's
So-
head fall off?
No, you just see her like slightly slump over in her chair while she dozes off.
Did anything happen to the queen when you are?
She-
Slumped a
Sylvester
smidge?
Sylvester just poked her. Or
Oh,
poked the corpse.
The queen slumped over a little?
Yeah, just she's still there, just sleeping and
All right, hang on. Let's tromp on over down to the south here.
Nahia, as you approach, the couple of courtiers here will close ranks on the throne and gently bar your way with a pair of spears.
Of course, not a problem. I won't get any closer. Selby, there are a couple of winter guards preventing me from approaching the throne itself. I can't get any closer to look, but she is just currently asleep. When is she expected to awaken?
Our queen will awaken when her wife arrives.
Ah. Apparently she will wake up when you arrive.
You hear Sylvester grumbling something about a dumb bitch and I'm right here.
Sylvie says,
Everyone in Sylvie's timeline can see her just rattling the bones.
Sylvie says the queen's being a dumb bitch and she's right there.
The courtiers scowl at you.
Hey, don't scowl at me.
Lady
you not
Sylvester
hear-
has not even arrived yet.
Can you not hear her voice?
Oh God, I think we have to humor her.
Oh. Humor in what way?
Hop over the gate and come through the normal way. I feel like this is some part of ceremony, I think.
I don't know. I mean, Sylvie. Surely the queen would know that Sylvester wouldn't go through the gate.
I don't. Hang on a minute. All right, I am actually going to go over and go and rumble the herald.
Hello, Miss Moo Cow. Enjoying the party?
Yes, right up until a second ago. Something very strange is going on.
Well, I don't doubt it. After all, you did split the party.
Is that what's going on? Is that really what's going on?
Couldn't tell you, Big Moo.
Because Sylvester's here.
I'll take your word for it.
Or at least some of my companions can see her. I cannot.
Sylvie,
Will
you might...
this...
Oh,
Would this get fixed if they just go back outside and hop over the gate and then pass through like a regular person?
Well,
Like a regular
maybe,
visitor?
maybe not, but this is a very high-class party, you understand. You don't just leave and come back. That wouldn't do at all.
Okay. Is there another solution?
Couldn't tell you.
I have a feeling you could tell me, but you're not telling me.
Madam, you impinge my honor.
I'm just saying Sylvester's getting kind of upset. I think.
Well, I'm sorry that'll happen to her in a few months.
Are you saying that we have to stand around here waiting for 2 months and then things will equalize on their own?
Couldn't tell you, Chief.
Hey, Maury, I have a question. You can't see
Oh,
all of
no.
us, right?
Yes, I can see all of you.
Quick question. We could see the baby when Maury held it, right?
I mean, the baby's in your timeline. So, yes, you can see her all the time.
Yeah, but
Oh, wait, no, you're,
Tarnavak
no,
could
yeah,
see.
you're with Tar. You're in the baby
Yeah,
timeline.
and Tarnavak could see baby when Maury held it, right?
Tar can see the baby 24/7. No. She looks like a wispy ghost, but she is
Yes.
semi-tangible to him.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was asking, was it more, like solid when Maury was carrying her?
No.
Can you put your hand on Tarnavak's shoulder and make him because you can see everyone here, right?
Again, yes.
I believe I have the answer.
No.
I believe the answer is for anyone who didn't arrive through the gate to come back in through the gate, because they're not something about what the herald said about Sylvestra. She said that something about about the future. So we are displaced in time again. We are on separate timelines. Everyone who didn't pass through the gate, while technically here, isn't here now. So Sylvestra hasn't arrived at the party yet because she's still 2 months back behind us. So we could wait around here for 2 months, and I think things would equalize on their own. I think. Or, I believe, because you haven't technically arrived at the date of the party, you could just go back outside, hop over the gate, and then pass through the gate, and you'd be at the correct time, I think.
Well,
You are here, but you're not here. Rather, you're here 2 months early because it's not,
Yeah,
winter.
same space, different times.
I suppose it's worth a try.
That still doesn't explain how any of this started.
It's very weird.
It is.
The Herald is being very coy about things.
What fucking herald?
The one by the door.
He looks like a
Autumn's
green,
Herald or something.
green-haired fuckboy.
Oomst?
Is he not normally around?
No?
Interesting. I thought he'd be present on both sides. Morgaine, do you know what's up?
Huh?
Can you see that herald, Autumn Boy?
Yeah, I thought he came with you.
No, he was at the
No,
gate.
he invited us in.
Morgaine looks confused.
Yeah, he was there at the door to invite us in.
No, I heard you. It's just, we don't have a herald that lets people in. We have a cadre of knights who are supposed to be standing outside. The banner bearers.
I mean, those were there.
The banners were there. They were apparently old, past noble houses. The lightning bolts, the rose, the sun.
Morgaine will glance over at one of the courtiers here, is wearing a long tabard which bears a rose on it.
Can I rig
Huh.
a roll to disbelieve?
You can, yes. You may always, at any time, roll to
I
disbelieve.
would like to make
your
a roll to disbelieve. Because this is a little fucky now. What is that? An
It's an intelligence saving throw to disbelieve
fuck
illusions.
me.
Nice. Your surroundings seem corporeal and real.
Wait. Then
What
wait.
Holy
the actual
fucking
fuck?
shit!
Since when has Ursula been trained in int saves? What the fuck?
When I took the fucking ASI to give me 1 point of fucking intelligence, it came with a
Oh, right, resistant or something.
Throbbing. That wrinkle does so much heavy lifting. It's
That
unreal.
one.
It's one wrinkle, but my god, it's powerful.
So it lifts. That wrinkle lifts.
Lord. Ursula, no, your surroundings seem corporeal and real. Although, once you glance around, you can, however, see that the ice on this lake is an illusion.
That's fine. I think that's supposed to be just for show. Huh.
no.
Wait, I thought that we had skipped forward in time. Are we backwards? Or are you all backwards?
Well, our hair grew out, and your hair grew out, like everything grown, not
Yeah, but
old.
not by much. A couple inches.
And-
How fast does salamander hair actually grow then?
Like people hair.
Yeah, my hair doesn't grow really fast.
When you're a dwarf, it grows like cat person speed. Or elf speed. Or minotaur speed.
So Russia dumps a dispel magic at her feet. Nothing happens. She grumbled in annoyance.
Hmm.
Hey, Murray, can you do
Yes.
that hold, like I said, hold, touch his shoulder and see if you can do the whole time thing, but just for you two?
What fucking time thing, Ursula?
Can you tell if we are ahead or behind you?
Mori will put a hand on Tarn's shoulder, close her eyes, then reach out towards where she's pretty sure Ursula is. Ursula, or rather, she is sure Ursula is, but rather her hand feels somewhat disconnected from yours. She will close her eyes a moment. Ursula, you're further afield than Tarn and I, but it doesn't feel right either. It's not just ahead, it's off to the side a little.
Are you in an alternate
Oh,
dimension?
we're in a time reflection.
Something fucky.
No, remember, like the shards were.
Hashat, do you still have that shard of mirror glass?
The one that
No, I headbutted that into an old god. I
Fuck,
still have the scar to prove it.
that's right.
Yeah, that's long gone.
Wait, I have a question for you, Naya.
Yeah.
Did you just heal the wound, or did
Are
you
you
clean
saying
it
did I
out
leave
first?
pieces of mirror in my own skull?
No, not pieces, fragments, because it can't. You're super tough skin. It wouldn't be
I
an issue
don't
for
know
you.
if I'm that tough. It would be a stretch to have fragments of a magical mirror still stuck in my head from headbutting it into an old god.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. Come over.
Blet and Blet.
It's a tiny chance. Who knows? It could be
Alright,
like a.
okay. I shall present my noggin towards Mori.
Let's see. Is there anything... nothing usable. That's
Pretty
a
smooth
shame.
up there.
Well, yes. But
Lit. Is there anything I can... Be right back. I'm gonna walk up to this herald. Say, would you object to me casting a quick dispel magic in your direction?
I would object to people casting spells on me in general.
Even if I just promise it is just dispel magic?
Why would you want to do that? This is a civilized party. We shouldn't be casting spells at each other.
It is a civilized spell. Perhaps I want to make sure that you haven't got any weird magic clinging to you.
What if I do? What if I'm actually very, very ugly and I'm using illusions to look very, very pretty?
Well, clearly, I believe that beauty is majoritively on the inside of a person's soul. I'm a devout follower of a goddess. I used to be a very fat girl.
Oh, come now. That's just more woman to love.
See what I mean? There's always a good spin.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll blam out a big ol' fatty level 5 Dispel Magic.
Right? Just for no reason at all, would you kindly roll a charisma ability check?
Of course.
Nothing seems to happen.
Hmm.
I'll just give you a little smile.
Eh,
See,
thank you very much.
you are most welcome.
And say, what
Though,
is your... Oh, yeah.
though for being so terribly rude, I'll have to insist on getting the first dance once the party really gets going. It's only
Sure.
fair,
When is
after all.
that expected to get going?
Whenever the Lady Sav&D arrives.
Now then, let's see here. Currently, Sylvester is with us. She is in our company.
Is she?
Yes.
Well, how interesting.
And so as she is here, you are welcome to begin the party.
Well, she hasn't talked to me yet, so I'm afraid no can do.
I shall go and get her. Yeah, I'll ask Selby to come along and talk to this strumpety fuckboy.
Giant dragon will let you lead her along by a clob.
I wish I could hold she club. And right in front of you.
You fuckboy, I'm here. Get the party started. I could swear I hear her voice on the wind, but I don't see. I just don't see my dear dragon queen. Oh, light of the summer's moon, depths of the darkest winters, wheresoever art thou, queenly dragon?
I think she'd have taken great offense at being compared to a piece of summer, but, you know.
Why? What else would one compare her to? She is so brilliantly warm. Personality-wise, anyway. Obviously, she's cold physically.
Of course, you refer to her radiance as the reflection of sun's light across an open field of snow, much like her beautiful pale skin.
Sort of leans side to side. Good question, Ursula. He ponders that a moment and smiles and says, I think I shall compare her to the beauty of the autumn's changing leaves.
Yes, autumn does seem to be your deal. Tell me, why does a Herald of Autumn spend their time in the place of winter?
Why? The answer should be obvious. When you showed up, it was autumn.
Yes, so.
Where else would autumn's herald be?
I don't know, some kind of autumn palace?
What is a winter palace in autumn but an autumn palace? He will hop up onto the floor, just passing harmlessly through Salvresta, and do a spin on the ice, skating along on his high heels. I do love a good, big, empty palace, so devoid of life and laughter. You can hear your own footsteps echoing for hours.
You see, I wish my brain weren't so smooth.
It's okay. It's attached to a pretty body anyway.
It is. It's still.
Big heart, dumb brain is a perfectly good aesthetic, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Oh no, no one would dare tell me otherwise. They survive the insult. But no. More pointedly, to us, the majority of us, this place is as a beautiful court of winter's glory, dragons of frost, beautiful fae, wearing tabards of the very same houses you said were long gone and dead.
Fascinating.
Isn't it just?
He gives you a grin and just skates back along the ice, hands clasped behind his back.
I don't know what to tell you, Selvi. This guy is not quite surprised, providing the answers one would seek.
Maybe you're asking the wrong questions.
Yeah?
Ask him how to fix this.
You're right. Autumn's Herald, how would we bring together these two times? As disconnect as they would seem to be.
Couldn't tell you, big and beautiful.
Is there a way that I could make you?
Well, you could challenge me to a fight, an honorable duel one-on-one. I'd have no choice
Wouldn't be the
to
first
accept if
time.
my honor were impugned.
Well, go on then. I would accuse you of willingly leading innocent maidens into a trap of time so that they might be kept separate. Any time that should have been representative of togetherness, joy. And, knowing that a party could never get started, they offered to dance with me, knowing that they could never provide it. That's just rude to a lady.
Oh, you're the ones who went through the gate separately. That's all you. I told you to watch your step. But if that'll make you feel better... He snaps his hand and a rapier appears in it, seemingly made of burning ice. Then, for the entertainment of all, dear Lady Nahia, I will accept your challenge. But, should I win, you must give me a dance. The first one, and the last of the night.
Very well.
He smiles Cheshire-like and clasps one hand behind his back and presents the rapier with the other. Then on guard.
Okay. I'll light up the blade. And the god is on. Looks like it is party time.
All right. The herald will grin and then spin around on the spot. And his skating throws up ice all around you. Strength sob, please.
Alrighty.
Uh-oh.
I can't remember if my armor gives me advantage on those.
Search.
I'm checking. If I could remember what its original name was.
The Minotaur Prince stuff?
Armor of the Minotaur Prince. No. Okay. Alright. I take damage and am restrained.
And he
Oh, this is
darts in.
rather a pain.
Pop.
That is a brutal bonus action. Not like I could have avoided any of those hits anyway, then.
It's true.
6.
He rakes you 3 times across the chest with the rapier, and it leaves agonizing cold burns across you.
Mother, you're using cold iron?
He grins cheekily. And spreads his hands behind him. What can I say? I love an advantage. And you notice his hand isn't sizzling anymore when he's wielding this weapon.
That's a problem. Okay. Bonus action, I will dump a fat stack of healing into myself. I hope
Very
that I don't roll
wise.
it like garbage.
I did a pretty good chunk of that.
Okay. Well, if you could inform the others that this person is not a fae, that would be wonderful.
Oh dear. So spend her quote unquote turn heading over that way.
18?
That is a miss.
19.
That is a hit.
Alright.
Dink.
Kaboom.
Boom.
I needed bigger rolls than that.
Well, it's enough to knock his ass down.
That's me.
All right. We'll kip up.
Save.
Oh, yeah, it's a save and
Yes, you
effect.
should indeed probably make a save.
Fuck me.
Oh. What did you have to go and do that for? It's rather rude, don't you think? He glances behind him where there's an ass-shaped indent in the ice. I know I had a bit of a big one, but you didn't have to point it out for the whole room. Not to punish you for that. I'll come at you.
Okay.
It does convert a miss to a hit.
Yeah. What are you?
What am I? That's an interesting question. I like to call myself the Autumn's Herald. It fits, doesn't it? The changing of the seasons. That liminal space between the great summer and winter courts. It's where I thrive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Swing. Fuck.
Doesn't duck to the side. Whoa! Ow! And pop.
A not good heal.
Alright, hold on. Just gonna.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Nice. And yeah, that's it's an unfortunate position for you to be in. Swings his rapier around and just gives you one good pirouette cut. And hold that thought. He will do a little slide, kicking one leg out to the side to lower his altitude, and he will just catch you in his arms and lower you gently down to the ground. And he will give you a smooch on the lip that is full of healing potion. Oh, fucking big one, too.
Mm.
As the ice releases you.
Ow.
Oh, that felt good. And now, my lady, may I have this dance? He'll reach up and snap his fingers, and in the timeline where most of the party is, you hear the band begin to play.
You may. I will get up and dust myself off.
He offers you his arm.
Glance sidelong at Ursula and commence the dance.
Right? He will escort you out onto these strange floating runes sitting above the ice. They thrum under your steps as he leads you in a dance over across them towards the center of the lake.
Margain, can I have a chat with you?
You can, of course.
Would you be opposed if I have arms on me?
You shouldn't, but given the weirdness of the circumstances, she will glance towards Silvresta. I think the Queen Consort can make that decision. Do whatever you need to.
Okay,
Finish this.
okay. Ursula holds out her hand towards the entrance.
I see you're thawing it over.
And with a bonus action, I call Dragon Song to my hand.
Alright? You get the big
See?
Thor's hammer moment as it slams into your palm. Just crashes right through the door. Several guests gasp. The band stops playing. The herald does not stop dancing.
Yeah. Yep.
What happened?
Now,
Ursula summoned her hammer.
I wish I could do that.
no. I say to the dragons, like, thank you. Say, Nahia, how's that dan going?
We shall see. Oh. It's not going great.
Say, Harold,
Yes, teddy bear?
I would ask for you to keep the dance to a short one,
Of course. It'll be very
or
short.
without her ever coming to harm, because or else you will answer to me.
Why would I harm anyone? She started the fight after all. I merely upheld my honor.
Oh, this is worrying.
Never fear, my dear. Say, tell me, you have your lovely wives, but ever thought about adding a husband to the mix?
Hadn't originally crossed my mind.
Well, would you like to partake in some persuasive arguments?
I don't know. I have yet to be swept off my feet. Let us put it that way. And I'm gonna try and sweep him off his feet by burning a hit die.
Oh, okay. Well, he will try and fail dramatically to not be swept up. Huh?
I promise I will do no more dancing this evening. I suppose, and now technically that means that you had the last one.
Hmm. Is that so?
Correct?
You would really deprive your beloved wife of a dance on her baby shower? I find
Oh,
that hard to
instead she will
believe.
be getting foot rubs and many smooches.
Fair enough, I suppose. So, when you say sweep him off his feet, are you like princess carrying him now, or what?
I've just got him over the shoulder like a sack of potatoes.
Oh, okay. He grabs your ass.
Of course, walk him back into
Can
the.
he even fucking reach?
Yes.
Yeah, good luck. It reached the ass just about. I'll walk him back down off this way unless he can stop me somehow.
I mean, it would be very easy for him to stop you. You have 10 hit points.
Sure.
He chooses, however, not to.
Shall slowly place him down. Well, that was a mixture of everything.
Hey, Nahia,
Yes, Ursula. You've got to stop rolling them just like straight away, please. For the love of God. I will be fine if I just have a moment to sit down. Or a slightly longer moment. You do not have to give me another potion. And is there some kind of seating Nahia can find her way to?
I mean, the Autumn Herald will offer his lap.
No.
But yes, other than that, there are these stairs you can sit upon or hang your legs off of the ledges here.
Sure. I'll perch myself down there and
Begin the
smoke and
long rest
yeah,
or short rest.
yeah, sure. So just sit and ponder.
Harold will just smile to himself, seeming very pleased. Making his way up.
Sure, Ursula. It's fine. You don't need to crowd me.
No, it's not crowding, just
Just
between.
watching your fucking icon like shuffle hither and thither and back and forth. No, it's true.
Yeah, that he was interposing himself between him and Nahia.
God, there's nothing more that he intends to do. If he did, he'd have CDG'd me by now. Oh, I'm lost for ideas. I don't exactly want to go outside and fly over. Oh, or do I particularly want to invite other people in here? I guess, Morgaine, have you ever come to this place in autumn?
Of course I live here.
Then it is so deeply strange that he lives in this place in autumn and refers to this realm as his, and that it is apparently full of old and molten death.
Yes, that is rather strange.
Also, he was holding a cold
Oh,
iron weapon without burning, so he's not even strictly Fey.
well, when he was holding my weapon, he burned.
Or he faked it. You could use minor illusion for that trick. It was just some smoke.
Have you considered just murdering him?
Just tried that.
Yeah, but succeeding, though. Here, let me show you how it's done.
No. Wait.
She can't even see him, can she?
Morgaine,
No.
Morgaine,
What?
Morgaine.
What?
You live here. When did you get here?
Months ago? I came a few weeks after I left Nahia's place. I stopped in Ivar for a bit, and then I went home.
It was very lovely seeing you as well.
How? Yes, but how did you get home?
I walked.
You walked. Okay, so you walked and got in. Everything was frozen, right?
Yes, I walked in just as everyone was getting ready for this party. I turned around, and the next day, here you were.
Okay, I have a question. You sent a ferry to get us, correct?
Yes.
What type of ferry?
What do you mean, what type fairy? I believe she was a cleric of some kind.
No, I mean what season?
She ponders that for a moment. Fairies are fairies.
We had an autumn-themed fairy pick us up.
I mean, she can be themed however she wants. It is, after all, autumn, or was.
Yeah.
So it was a while ago. Whatever took you so long?
To us, that was hours ago.
Right, of course.
I
Can we just skip to murdering this little time twink?
yeah, that's the problem is though. I think they will trap us because we. The thing was when we got into the play, I remember because there was like a different sensation. Like we get in and like suddenly like ooh, like a magical sensation, but that was different from like Fae. Sorry, the Winter Queen's domain outside. Like before we stepped into it.
Maybe. I don't know.
So I think if I will hazard to guess, given all the stupid shit we have been through, can the Winter Queen live outside of winter?
Yes, of course. She diminishes outside of winter, but she still exists. So Vresta grumbles. Hold on. That's skeleton on the throne. What did that thing do to my queen? Nahia, get up. She's
Okay.
come over and dumped 70 points of lay on hands into you.
How? I don't think she can touch me, can she?
She uses Ursula to point her hand in the right direction, just
Okay.
expends.
Alright, I'm up.
You just feel like a faint claw, like gently touching your magic armor, and then
I heard
Thank
it was
you.
talking about rot and emptiness. Maybe, like idea-wise, he just shifted the palace to its own little time shard and everyone in it.
that would take an incredible amount of magic, but I suppose it's possible.
Not if you,
There aren't many people here.
not if she was at their weakest. But the magic is at its weakest.
Mm,
And they are at their strongest. If they're autumn.
as you approach, the herald is being growled at by Hashat. And yeah, Kiri will say, "We've got a Python. He's a trickster, all right. Well, it's complicated. I can't imagine Python would follow us here, though. I mean, if Morgan can't."
Well, difference between can't or won't.
Hmm. Well, I see everyone's gathered back up. Nahia, you feeling better? And the herald will give you a grin.
Yeah, feeling better.
Good, good. Well, I'm feeling a little penned in here by all these huge, beautiful women and a very angry-looking dragon man.
Alright.
Takes a step back.
We would appreciate very much a returning to where and whence we came.
Would you? And
Yes.
what would it be worth to you? I've already had your last dance, but the rest of you.
How about your neck?
Well, that's not very valuable, nor is it yours to give.
Oh, I don't know. With all of us around here, maybe it is.
You sound very confident.
Well,
I do like that
that
in a woman,
depends.
but perhaps a little tiny bit overstated.
How did you manage to separate the entire realm to your own little bubble?
Well, you did the hard work. You switch yourselves up. Half here, half there. I never expected it. It's very fun. I did tell you to watch your step, and you never know where it might lead you. Sometimes it leads you right where you're going, and other times it leads you here, to my palace.
What gave you the right to make these invitations on behalf of the Lady of Winter?
What gives her the right to call herself the Lady of Winter? What gives Hashat right to call herself the Lady of Varus, or Tarnavak a treasury minister, or
Sure,
a hornier?
they all speak for themselves. You say you were able to speak for her. That's not how that works at all.
But if I have her, then I do speak for her. He will snap his fingers and produce a little crystal of ice. One Winter Queen, all bundled up for the taking. It's remarkably easy to steal a powerful elemental's heart. She was very lonely, you know. After all, her wife got stolen away by a foreign salamander woman. Knocked up even. Oh, the heartbreak. It was ripe for the taking. Flips the little ice crystal in his hand a couple times and tucks it back under his chainmail shirt. Like I said, welcome to my palace.
Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna reach out and grab him.
Meep!
I'm going to use my
roll up.
inspiration.
All right.
27.
That's a big number. He does not have advantage for any reason at the moment. Well, I was just telling Nahia how a lot of women can be a lot of fun too.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick him up and just wrap both arms around him.
So, how about we set the queen's heart back where it belongs? Hello?
Hmm?
Savin? That's
Yeah,
not a good
something
sign.
happened.
He's become all of silence at this most critical of moments.
He might have gotten Hashat.
Oh, there you are. I
Interesting.
had a
I did nothing. Nothing changed, and then I've come back. Okay, cool. I said, "Give
Cool.
me a moment, please." Nahia said some words.
Oh.
Need to go acquire a token real quick.
Ah, I see. Is it big and scaly?
Rar.
Yeah.
Nahia says the Time Twink has stolen her heart, and Savrista growls deep in her throat, and a dragon erupts from inside her. You can see her pregnant belly much more visibly in this form as she
Aw.
towers overhead. She is just going to reach down and from her belongings scattered on the ground, her beautiful dress and gown, she will just pick up a little vial of residium and just snort it directly, and then turn her gaze entirely on the twink. Ahaha. Oh, this was not how this was supposed to go. You're not supposed to be able to see me.
Produces the fucking dragon song and places it against his fucking chest. So, now that you know it's not gonna go as you wanted it, how about we make sure that you don't get hurt anymore?
He snaps back over here. Well, we could do that.
Right.
I did ask what this would be worth to you, and I mean that. This is very valuable right here. It's Winter Queen's heart, after all. She slipped herself into this, and now she's mine. But I'd be willing to give her back if you play a little game with me.
Surely we've already been playing a game.
Well, you have, but now you've ruined it, so I want to play a different one.
What would that be?
Well, let's play a little bit of, barter. What is a Winter Queen worth to you? Self-Rusher just leans up and fucking breath attacks him.
I just
Makes sense.
bend down.
Nice try, Mr. Harold.
Yeah, and bonus action. Bonus action, Bear Rage.
Should we go into initiative or?
If you want to, if you're just gonna dogpile him, he will just die. I mean, he can't stop you, really.
I mean, yeah, I was going to.
Yeah, I
he
think
would
this
prefer
time
not
around.
to.
I was going to bonus action Dimension Door next to him and then try and grab him again.
Okay.
Yeah, I have something.
When
that
people
is
start
really-
like
I have something
casting
that's really
spells on top of Silverusty, he's just gonna put his hands up. Okay, I guess we're playing a game. Fine. Be that way, you rude assholes. I've been here this whole time trying to entertain you, and look what you do.
After all the stories of things that have happened in the past, and the stories of adventures, I would imagine people would be a bit more hesitant to fuck with mortals a lot, especially ones like us.
But that's where the fun is. I can't get it up if I don't have mortals running around screaming with their little heads cut off, wondering what the hell's going on. But fine. I can see I'm not wanted here. And if you're just going to murder me over it here, I can see now what it's worth to you. My life. And now it can be proven that it is yours to give. You're lucky you all have so many powerful friends. I'd take any of you on one-on-one. Perhaps.
Oh, do you want to try that?
No, shut up, Ursula.
Give
I
Tarn
mean-
his sword back and see how long that attitude
That's right.
lasts.
Yeah, no one could handle Tan one-on-one.
And I'd much rather handle Nahia in the bedroom, but he will press the Winter
I'll
Queen's
take
heart
this.
into Shot's hand.
Yeah, I'll take it.
There. Fine.
How do I know this isn't another trick?
I don't know. How do you? Why don't you go put it back and see what happens? Well, not you, probably. I don't think the guards would like that, but Tarn, probably, or... Well, Morgan probably shouldn't touch it. So, yeah, just...
Morgaine.
Whichever, I guess.
Morgaine. I don't think the guards would let me approach the lady.
The Feyborn will take it. She will give it to Tarn. Probably best for you, since you are seeing her in her weakened state.
I.
By the way,
So,
by the way, you're not going to run away with my hammer, are you?
I wasn't planning on it.
That's good. That's a smart move for you to not do that.
You are so mean all of a sudden. You were nice and friendly before. What changed? You really
He
hate me
started
that
messing
much?
with her.
He gives you puppy dog eyes.
We just don't mash.
Oh. But we were having so much fun. There was mystery and excitement and then a duel for honor and then a giant dragon. It's everything you wanted except a dungeon.
Honestly, I don't know if you have any indication of our track record, but we've done plenty of that now. Frankly, an incredible surprise would have just been turning up and having a nice time.
Well, I had a nice time,
Yeah,
and that's what
that'd be-
matters. Going
This
to
could have
himself.
been really,
Oh boy.
but we
Oh,
could
by
have
the
a
way.
really nice time all together. But you did something that wasn't what we call kosher, and that's taking something from someone like that.
What do you mean?
Well,
No.
you took her heart.
I took nothing. That was not freely given. Sometimes, even a fake queen needs to watch her words.
Yeah,
And as he's saying that, let's snap over to Tarn. Yeah, you go over to this rotten skeleton and set the heart stone into its rib cage. And in that moment, reality itself snaps just a little bit. Pop. Some tokens around here for a moment. Yeah, indeed. As you set the heart in, there is a snap like a rubber band in the air, and all of a sudden, you're all standing just before the Winter Queen herself. This ancient, verdant face reclining upon her throne. Now that you see her up close, she is also ever so slightly visibly pregnant and is giving Cass some fuck me eyes.
Wait, the Queen of Winter is green?
Yeah, Cassidy gave her that blue ball goodness.
No, but why is she green?
Verdant is in reference to the fact that she is floral in theme, winter flowers.
Yeah.
No, yeah, okay. I thought verdant was like a
It's
brilliance
most
of green.
commonly used to refer to green because you think of green when you think of plants,
Ah,
and because the French for green is vert.
all right. So français, yeah. Shit, did not make that
I guess
connection.
it is closer to green, I suppose, than used for floral even then. Eh.
Yeah, because that's the thing. It's something is verdant. It's always been a sort of vibrant
That
green
said,
type. So
her throne does have green vines all around it. She herself is wearing a faintly green-blue dress. Yes, she is reclining, hand on a stomach, and says to all of you, "Welcome one and all to my court. It has been a long time since I've seen some of you, and others not nearly long enough." She will glance towards Hashat. But regardless, you have come as guests of my wife and daughter, and you are welcome here.
Lady Queen, did you happen to have your heart stolen by a green fuckboy?
She blinks for a moment.
Good
That
check
is a
of thumb
rather
over her
direct
shoulder.
question.
Well, I mean, we just spent some time getting that heart put back into you, unfortunately. It's been a heck of a day.
I wouldn't know anything about that, but... So, Breast will step up. Your autumn fuckboy literally stole your heart, my dear. Caused us all sorts of problems. But Hashat and Nahia and the others all helped win it back. And that's what matters. He's going to step up and just pick the Fae up. Give her a big smooch on the lips.
Oh,
The queen will struggle a moment before just submitting to a big smoochums and being put back down. Sylvia, that's undignified in front of guests. I don't give a shit about dignified after what we just went through. I thought you were dead.
everyone, when it's not dignified in front of guests, everyone is just looking. We're not at. I pretend not to see anything.
yeah, we're all doing the whistling side eye.
Sylvia grins at you all. See? Nothing to worry about. Now then, she will look past a lot of you towards where the herald is just kind of wobbling on his ankles. Is he the one? Come, Selvi. We'll leave it beyond getting upset over autumn's dalliance. I don't care if you're fucking around. I care if you're fucking that. Whatever that is. Yes, I was lonely. You were gone. And he was very charming. What do you want me to say? That you'll be more careful, for starters. You had us all worried sick. I will. I'm sorry.
No.
First, we'll take a couple of steps back down to join the lot of you. Well, that's that then. Hashat, you had words for my wife?
Yes, I do.
Well, get on with it before I drag her off somewhere.
Hashat will cough and just kind of shrug, I guess. Like, all right, I guess this is going on now. And she'll change her, she'll think about it for a second, and then she'll clear her throat and change her language to Sylvan. Oh, great Queen of Winter. I have come here before you today to apologize for the boorish behavior that we visited upon you on our last meeting.
Yes, I'm not used to having my advances spurned, especially not with violence.
Unfortunately, there was a barrier of language between us. Something I have seen fit to rectify.
So you have. You speak proper words now, rather than that guttural common.
I have prepared for you an offering of peace, if you would be so kind as to entertain me and accept.
I'm glad to take tribute from one and all. Please.
Okay, well, I will approach. It's a bit crowded over here, but okay. There we go. The shot will approach the throne and will take and will open the magical chilling chest to reveal a number of very freezer burnt pieces of meat. I have prepared 8 succulent steaks to your liking, 8 for the 8 missiles I shot you with. I do apologize for the violence.
Your apology is accepted. Were Sylvester not so impatient, I would impose on you conditions, but I think my loneliness is well sated.
There was one other matter I came here for.
Oh yes, returning my long-lost kitten. Come here, boy.
I'm afraid my husband is not for sale.
My husband.
He is my husband.
Well, if I must share Sylvester, I suppose I can learn to share this one too.
Hashat taps her chin. And
Hashat, don't you fucking dare! Get me out of this!
that would make things really easy. But when have I ever done things easily, I guess? I'm afraid I simply can't. He's already stretched thin as it is. With his other wives and my wives, and he's going to be quite drained as it is.
I'm sure, but... She puts a hand on her stomach. He is responsible for this.
I can't exactly argue with that.
It's not like it was my fault or choice. Don't pin that on me. Cass rumbles.
It is important to
Yeah, consent
Respond-
is a big deal.
consent is a big deal, but responsibility is also a big deal.
Well, there is also a difference between freely given and violently taken.
Also true.
Queen will tap
Yes.
her chin.
What do you think about that, Cass?
About what?
What Nahia suggests?
Fine.
They will be your kids.
Fine. It's not like I can just leave them here forever.
Indeed, though, that would put some of the responsibility on her too. Because, as I was said, freely given, a deal, anything that could have been broken wasn't, it was just taken. So by the standing of ruling, she owes you.
Is that how it is? And what would you ask of me then, Cassidy? If you believe I owe you something? Come, out with it. I'd ask that you leave Igniferus and its domains alone, even in winter. That belongs to Hashat and her family, and they can't live there if you're freezing it over. But winter comes so heavily there. It's practically prime hunting ground for me. Oh,
How about a tribute of extra food for you during the winter seasons?
Sylvester tries to growl something in your ear, but the queen puts a hand up. Do you know what it is you're offering, Salamander?
It depends. Do people get to come back whole?
People get to come.
Take it back.
Uh,
I take that
not
back then, unfortunately.
Oh, not this again.
Unless
There
it
is
turns
no-
out it's more like winter phase, spring break, or I suppose winter break.
Well, they return, as Cass did. I'd have released him from spring on his own. You must understand, it gets very, very lonely here without my Selvi.
Oh, Sylvie will be able to visit very, very regularly now. She is freed
She,
of blood curse. Once
yes,
again.
she has been cured.
So she says, but then it seems she's got new obligations.
Ah, shucks. As if that is
So,
going to keep her from you. You were all she was thinking of, you know. Well, not literally during the moment. I'd like to do myself slightly more credit than that.
You think too little of yourself in general, Salamander. You've impressed her. A rare thing.
I appreciate that, but I am a lady whose faith is based quite deeply around family. Even though I am not champion of the Graven, I grew up in Mithrin Arms. So I would, of course, make sure that Selvi herself also spends just as much time. I would not want to make it a contest or a fight. Perhaps when the summers are at their hottest, I am sure our lovely Selvi would appreciate a place where it is cooler to come and keep her queen company.
The queen looks to Saresta, who will give her a nod. Oh, very well. For your winter service, Cassidy, I will release my claims on Igniferus. At least so long as it remains Lady Hashat's domain.
I cannot allow Cassidy to simply do this on his own. This is my domain. He may be my husband, and it is partially his by right through that, but it is still my domain. And I must take some responsibility for it. So I insist that I split his.
Asshole.
Turns and looks at Nahia. Turns back to the queen. I split his obligation with myself.
I'm not sure you and I would mesh well, Primordial. You're blooded, aren't you? I can smell
Yeah.
Saracena on you.
I haven't been.
I've done two of the fingers.
I haven't been with
Everybody
her
just coughs.
in months, and I took a bath. Several of them. But yes, I am of Saracena's long distant relation.
You can't give me what I want. It's no fault of your own. But now that I see what you truly are, perhaps I was mistaken to have come for you in that wintry day.
You should have laid a boulder.
Oh, is it one of?
It would have been a harpy arrangement, Hashat.
Oh, two true
Sure.
breeding can't mix, and just is nothing.
And diametrically opposed things as well. And since yours is dominant, then yeah, actually, I think the queen would have ended up passing a boulder, literally. Or gravel. Goodness.
Indeed. I appreciate the offer, but I'll simply borrow your husband for a day each year.
Just a day?
That is what he agreed to. Although if he wishes to remain longer, I would be happy to have him. As I'm sure would his children. Cass weeps.
Now, they can come visit.
Perhaps in winter. You should be honored, Cassidy. 1,000 years, and you're, well, I suppose the second and third to win me.
Okay, even the Horniers are like, that does sound like a Cass.
The sage nodding all around.
Yeah.
I would not oppose you and your children to visit.
Then perhaps when winter comes and reaches your domain, rather than staying away, I shall come to parley.
This should be acceptable.
Good. Let it be so forevermore.
And I suppose with that settled, I did craft a gift for you as a peace offering or a capstone. A little something that I handcrafted.
You are trying very hard to get into my pants, aren't you?
Well, I try to take things seriously, especially when it comes to my responsibilities, and
Or your
I must
husband's
say,
responsibilities in this case, but very well, show me.
I'll present a snow globe. It is a nice little snow globe, and it is enchanted. It is enchanted to produce, when activated, to produce a field of intense cold around itself, and about, I think it was 10 feet around itself. Where the fuck did I put this thing? Where did I put it?
Not
Here
like
somewhere.
the sensation of deep winter within 10 feet.
Oh wait, was it on the
Just-
bio page? No, it was not on the bio page. Let's go. That's
You
good.
know,
What?
wasn't it like the sensation of deep winter within 10 feet? You know,
No, it
the
was
snow.
it was definitely actually reducing the temperature around itself.
Mm-hmm. Those little ice cube snow globe.
Yes.
Yeah, she won't.
For when summer rolls around. Something to keep the heat away a little bit.
My, this is darling. So many gifts, all freely given. You spoil me. My thanks. When she says spoil, she will glance down at the meat freezer given her. Just lick her lips slightly.
No. She just likes her steaks blue.
And frozen. And
Very,
rapid.
very blue.
She will step up and place it upon the armrest of the throne and give it a little shake up to watch the snowflakes fall. Adorable. Well then, Lady of Igniferous, if you are done, then I believe we have not one but two celebrations for children that we all ought to tend to well into the night.
I suppose so.
It just sneaks up on Hashat and pokes her. Hey, Hashat
What?
points at Ursula points at her own heads, and then you know, the whole cold head stuff is gone.
Horns are sorted.
Yeah, but the horse melted away and regrew, but that cold feeling was a blessing, so that had to be removed.
It didn't all go away when the horns
Oh.
were set back.
Are you asking me for something?
I would like to know what you did to me.
Hmm.
My horns turned to ice.
I was
And
preparing you, just as I did to little Cassidy. Were you
to be a
not
consort.
earth-blooded, it likely would have worked. And then it would not be Cassidy's children I'm carrying. Or at least there's a chance it wouldn't have been. Like I said, a
I
1,000
see.
years I've been searching, and only this year, finally, did I meet my match.
Well, then I am satisfied.
Then, those of you who aren't with child, let us drink. And those of us who are, step down from the throne and approach Silvresta. She whispers something up into the great dragon's ears, which makes even Silvresta blush. The dragon will just smile after a moment. That sounds good. But in private, please. Oh, would that be improper in front of guests? Winter Queen will laugh to herself, then snap her fingers, and courtiers will begin bringing out trays of drinks and setting out tables of food. That seems like a good moment to end for the night.
Yay!
Well,
And I just consider us the audience. I'm deeply curious of whatever it is that she offered to Silvresta, because she basically invited an entire village to watch us fuck.
What made Silvresta blush?
Yeah.
lewd, unprotected hand holding and kissing.
I need to run and so I can cook. So good night, everyone.
Oh, okay.
Peace.
For the rest of you, Spee.
Sure.
XP.
Well,
Yeah, it would be terribly improprietous of them to do lewd, unprotected, pregnant belly tubby rubbing just right in public. How could they?
Frothing Nahia noises.
Alright. 166. Did you explore an interesting location for the first time? Yes. Did you discover an interesting truth about the world?
Yeah, that autumn creatures can steal the heart of the queen and take control of their entire court. All of that occurred seemed like a whole bunch of things that we didn't think were possible at all.
Also, the entirety of the conversation with these two.
True, it does say discover interesting about the world, not this world, you know? Like, we learned things about their world.
It's true, you learned many things about Saris. Did you make a new
I
ally?
enjoyed half an hour of being jerked off.
Just the brain cell massaging itself. Oh, yeah. Did you make a new ally or a lasting enemy?
yes.
I dare say we can call the queen an ally now.
At least
Suppose so,
Cass
yeah.
can. Did you advance or complete a quest? Yes. Indeed, you did. And did you discover a new page in a companion story?
Yeah, Cass's.
Rip Cass being sold like meat.
Let's face it, though, now that he knows it's just for a day, I bet he's gonna look forward to that like every year, just for like the really. It's like, oh,
It's
sweet. In a few,
Christmas.
yeah, it's Christmas. It's time for things to get really weird today.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. The Queen of the Winter's Night is a master of bondage, and Cass is probably kind of into it.
Yep. Again, it's the fact that before he didn't think he'd be able to leave, and she did not give him a break. But now he knows, it's just a day where he gets to fucking fly the freak flag. That's a good deal.
Yep. All right, so 5 XP, everybody. The ritual is completed.
Well,
And-
God, I gotta go to the gym. Oh.
That just leaves all this for the next couple sessions.
Yeah.
Might we end
We have
on 169?
Oh, I can only hope.
well, we have to get out of. Where's this? Like 60 miles of
So-
fucking enchanted forest.
The good news is you guys arranged for Silvresta to be here. She can just fly you.
Thank you, sweetie.
And in fact,
What's
get a
the
dragon
number
ride.
for what's the next session's number?
167. So if we can end in 3 sessions, we'll be on 169.
I don't know, 1 dungeon for 3 sessions.
Wouldn't be the first time.
It's kind of a stretch, though. Usually,
It's a tough one.
I don't know, fucking Scow's stretched out the fucking
Oh my god, the stink.
for like 10 sessions.
I don't even know what the stink is.
It's exactly what it sounds like. It's the poop dungeon in our 4E game.
Why are you?
I didn't know it would go on as long as it does, but there just keeps being more pages in the adventure. I thought I was picking up an introductory level 4 pre-generated dungeon magazine adventure. And then when I got to the end of area 16, I was like, oh, wow, shit, there's a whole other half to this. And it took longer to get through that first half than I thought it would. I guess it's like a 4-part dungeon. Sick. And then when we got to the end of part 27, or more, before that session I was reviewing it, I looked and went, wait, why is this tile called the entrance to a place? Do they do this place in like backwards or in reverse? And then I flip forward in Dungeon Magazine like another 8 pages and go, oh no! Pages 28 to 35! So the stink is still going.
The stink is eternal.
I made a huge
Stink.
mistake.
More like a huge number 2.
It is.
Indeed, I thought they were going like a town sewer, not fucking New York.
Yeah,
Well, it wasn't even meant to be a sewer. It was meant to be a spillway that was just like filthy and polluted.
But no,
Instead,
it's just the poop dungeon. It's
Yeah,
full of
instead
diseases.
it's-
Everyone is full of diseases now, including
Okay,
our
so
player
real-
characters and the nerdlings.
It's true. So real talk, the actual origins of that setting is it was, think like a Hive City's trash heap. They just keep feeding stuff into it. And then it gets so bad the elemental plane of stink opens up, because of course
no.
there is one of those in 4E. And you fight like demonic Iacaths and stink oozes and chromatic jellies and like that's
Mold demons.
Yes, like I mean I can reflavor all of this to the polluted spillway with Arcany and spider things. But now that I'm so deep into the adventure, I'm like, fuck it, we're gonna just dig into the Iacath bit and follow the Nurgle portion of this story, because it just so happened that was on Darktide release day.
Sunk cost fallacy here, be like, we're already halfway there, like, let's go for another half.
Yeah.
It's a fun dungeon, though. Like, no one's
It's been
complaining.
pretty cool. Yeah, no one's complained. I was like, well, I just guess I keep fucking going then.
Yeah, I guess we just get more stink every session.
I do hope that you have a paladin and that the paladin has the natural immunity to the CSS shit.
They do not.
It's no, we do not have that. What we do have, however, is Kirwin's second youngest child, who is a 13th level cleric and is just sitting up there with Cure Disease.
Yeah, when they come back up
back.
at the end of the day, she will pinch her nose, cast Cure Disease on them, and send them on their way. Although if she rolls a 1, it fucking really fucks their whole day.
Yeah, so in 4E, things like Remove Curse and Cure Disease are rolls, and you can, in fact, fail them and like really fuck yourself up.
Like advanced stages on diseases and stuff that kill you.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes. There is some actual diseases that are, if you fail one save.
Oh no. These aren't those. It's the failing the cure advances a stage on a disease, and then it can push you into the stage that says, and now you die. And
Okay,
also it damages you at the same time when you fail the roll. So you can get knocked unconscious and then drop a stage and get a heart attack and die. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's bad.
It's great.
Ooh.
Probably sign the session out. Yes. If you're watching on the stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We will see you in a couple days for the stink, in fact. Till then, adios and do take care.
Bye-bye.